could go wrong? We're not saying this is what happened. What could go wrong? Is there any way to determine that?
Well, not yet. But, I mean, if you take a look at the angle of descent, it tells you that something pitched the airplane down. The only thing that can do that is in the tail, the horizontal stabilizer in the tail. And if the autopilot malfunctions, if the trim system malfunctions, and it results in pitch down on the airplane, that would certainly describe what we see in those very few seconds of descent.
Wow. Arthur, you keep a plane at this airport, is that correct?
Exactly. I'm flying out tomorrow morning.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Tell us about the environment of the Northeast Airport. It's all private planes, small private planes?
Yes. It's not a commercial service there. There are a lot of private planes there, a lot of jet planes that are owned privately. It has a lot of traffic from people who are coming into Philadelphia or transiting Philadelphia, as this aircraft was. The airport has terrific facilities in terms of runways and instrument procedures and things of that nature. And, of course, right on takeoff, you would go to Philadelphia Approach Control, which is located at the big airport, and they would be telling the pilots to climb to the next level of altitude. Normally it's climb to 2,000 and then 4,000 and then 7,000 beyond that for a while.
Arthur, what do you think the first thing investigators will be doing as they attempt to manage this chaotic scene right now? What's first and foremost on their mind?
Well, this is going to be tough because, first of all, obviously the damage that has resulted from this crash is horrendous. So it's going to be extremely difficult to find the failed part, if there is a failed part. However, there are two things that might be helpful right away. One is if the crew communicated some difficulty to air traffic control, and that would be Philadelphia Approach Control, because they would have been on that frequency at the time. And the second thing is the cockpit voice recorder, because that Learjet 55 would have been equipped with a cockpit voice recorder.
But you're saying in that debris field, though, that could be very, very difficult to go through and find what they might be looking for.
The aircraft was full of fuel. You can see the large fireball. And the impact was horrible. At almost a 45-degree angle down in a Lear 55, it would have hit the ground at probably 400 knots.
Arthur, how often are these planes, the smaller planes like this Learjet 55, I believe it is or was, how often are they inspected? What is the process there? How does that work?
Well, there's a rigid inspection program that's established by the manufacturer, and owners are required to comply with those inspection procedures, and they're usually sufficient to avoid.
We have been watching our local CBS News coverage on a small plane crash in Philadelphia. It took off from Northeast Philadelphia, from the airport there, for Springfield, Missouri, and our station there reports that this was a private medical transport plane that went down. We know at least 2 people were on board. We're hearing reports of injuries on the ground. CBS News transportation safety expert and analyst Robert Sumwalt joins us now. He's also former chair of the National Transportation Safety Board. Robert, very early on here, we're still getting information in. What will emergency crews and investigators be doing in these first stages?
Yeah, the biggest challenge right now is to extinguish the fire and make sure that the area is safe.
We know some of the conditions. It was rainy at the time. We also know that the crash happened only minutes after takeoff. We've been hearing coverage that means that the fuel tank will have been full. What else does that tell you?
Well, you're right. It's a big fireball. And so I think that, the challenge, of course, is going to be to find any black boxes that might be on board the airplane. And they can usually survive a big inferno, but that will be a challenge, I think, initially.
Of course, our viewers will be used to hearing talk of black boxes. Why is that so significant in an investigation like this?
If it's a cockpit voice recorder, it provides the most direct evidence of what's going on inside that cockpit. So that one is key. The flight data recorder records hundreds or thousands of flight parameters. And so both of those are critical to unlocking these mysteries.
Okay, important data there. So small plane crashes, we know, are a little more common than commercial crashes. This year, there was a crash in California last week. Days earlier, a single-engine plane crash in Nevada. Why do we see this happen more frequently?
Well, there's a different standard, regulatory standard, for commercial airlines versus general aviation. General aviation is everything other than military or airlines. So the regulatory requirements are not as stringent. The maintenance requirements may not be as stringent. The pilot training requirements may not be as stringent. So that is one factor, about three factors right there.
Okay. Some people may be watching this. They may be feeling very disconcerted. Obviously, this happening 2 days after such a tragedy happening near Washington, D.C. What is your message to people?
Well, flying certainly on an airline is very, very safe. And I say that in spite of the disaster that occurred 2 nights ago. Even general aviation, like we're dealing with here in this particular crash, is pretty darn safe. But be selective about who you're flying with. If you're going out for general aviation, make sure that you know who you're flying with and that the airplane is well maintained. I think those are important factors to consider.
Anything else you think we should know here in these initial stages?
Well, it is all initial. And so usually what I've found in my 15 years at the NTSB is that whatever we hear now is probably going to be inaccurate. So just let the facts settle down a bit, and then the facts will emerge.
Robert Sumwalt, thank you so much. We are going to take you back now to our local CBS coverage.
Well, perhaps if they communicated with air traffic control their dilemma, we'll learn more. But this is an extremely unusual set of circumstances.
It really, really is. You mentioned disorientation. How critical is that? Because I hear that a lot when it comes to tragic events like this and how it sets in. How do you prepare for something like that, or can you?
Well, here's the bottom line. If you're flying a Learjet, that means that you have been type rated in the airplane, and that is as in all jets. All pilots who fly jet airplanes are what are called type rated, and that's an extensive schooling process. It's an extensive testing process, both practical testing with an examiner in the airplane. It's also something that occurs annually, and you can't be the average Joe to fly a Lear 55. I can tell you right now, that is a very substantial airplane to fly. Plus, there are 2 pilots on this airplane.
Right.
So, and that means 2 sets of instruments. So each pilot is checking what the other pilot is doing, but he's got his own set of instruments. So, for example, if the pilot's artificial horizon failed, which is a possibility, the co-pilot's got his own artificial horizon. So that the typical way it's done is you hand it off to the pilot not flying if your instruments fail. And that's one thing that's unique in a lot of respects about some of these smaller jets that were certified a long time ago. They were never certified for flight by one pilot. And this particular company, I believe, flies 2 pilots all the time.
All the time, okay.
So that means whatever occurred had to overcome both of them.
Arthur, if you could, in layman's terms, you mentioned the term artificial horizon. Explain that to us.
Well, when you have bad weather like this, you obviously can't see out the window, so you have no idea of where the natural horizon would be, where the sky meets the earth, right? And so all airplanes are equipped with what's called an artificial horizon. It's a mechanical device that provides you the same information that you would see if the weather were good and you were looking outside. The good thing about it is at nighttime it gives you that horizon even if you couldn't see it at night. And in bad weather it gives you the same information. So it's a vital part of two parts of the airplane. One, the pilot's ability to fly, especially in bad weather. And 2, it drives the autopilot. And so if the artificial horizon fails and the autopilot fails because of it, then the airplane can react suddenly and unusually. That's what brings me to this description of the 45-degree angle of descent.
Right.
Pilots don't fly that, and airplanes don't fly that if the pilot is inadvertent. And these pilots clearly were not inadvertent. They were well trained and experienced. But if the autopilot fails and pitches the nose down, if the tail fails in some fashion, meaning it doesn't give them pitch control, and the airplane starts to descend, remember, he's only probably at 5,000 feet maybe, and he's coming down, it looks to me like maybe 4,000 feet a minute. He's only got 15, 20 seconds to do something.
Oh, my. Oh, my. And all this occurred just moments after takeoff, because if I'm correct, this area we've been talking about is less than 5 miles away from the airport.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the area that you fly over when you depart. I grew up in that area. It's very dense, and I would expect to see a number of casualties from the explosion. As they say, the airplane's full of fuel and thousands of pounds of fuel on board. So that's all been blasted in the area and exploded, as you can see. So I would expect to see lots of damage to both property and people.
How long can that jet fuel burn, Arthur, do you think?
Well, it goes out pretty quickly. Believe it or not, jet fuel is not as volatile as regular gasoline. So it goes out pretty quickly. The reason you see the huge fireball is because the fuel does what's called misting. In other words, when the airplane strikes the ground or some other object and the fuel tanks are compromised, the fuel mixes with air, and that becomes the explosive mixture that you see in the explosion that's so visible.
After this explosion, I would imagine some people could have been hit by some of that fuel, other than debris from the plane or any building that it may have hit. But that fuel probably spread quite a distance as well, wouldn't you think, or no?
Yeah, I would think so. There would be fiery fuel that would be thrown into the air. I mean, this is a horrible, horrible tragedy that people certainly don't expect to be participating in as a victim. And thank God it's a rare event. Unfortunately, right on the heels of the even more tragic events in Washington. But the pain is real. This is a horrible, horrible experience for everyone. I didn't mention it, but I feel it from the minute I saw it. The pain that these four families must be experiencing,
for sure,
knowing this, and it doesn't help them, but my heart and my prayers go to them.
Arthur, we're showing, if you can stay with us, we're showing some ground video now from our photographers on the scene of some of the aftermath of this explosion. You are looking live right now at this area in Northeast Philadelphia, just across from the Roosevelt Mall, where this plane, this Learjet 55, went down. And, well, I'm just looking at the devastation right now, windows blown out. The emergency crews are on the scene. This, as you said, is a chaotic and just awful, awful situation. You never, never, ever want to see this. But this is reality right now, tonight. And I understand. Arthur, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. We will get back to you a little bit later this evening, I'm sure. As I've been mentioning throughout the evening, our Carrie Corrado has been on her way. I believe she has finally made it, maybe can provide her viewpoint of what this tragedy is all about. Carrie?
Yugi, good evening. It is pure chaos out here. People are everywhere. Emergency responders are everywhere. Everywhere we look, we can see flashing lights. Also, if you look up into the air, if we tilt our camera up just a little bit, you can see the smoke still billowing into the air. It may be hard to see because it's dark, but as we mentioned, police say a plane crashed at Cotman and Roosevelt Boulevard. This entire area is gridlocked. Streets and roads are blocked off, and we were rerouted all over the place, so it took us a while to even get to this point. Keep in mind, this area, it's heavily populated. There are businesses and homes everywhere, so it was all hands on deck when this plane went down. It's also raining, so investigators and emergency responders are battling through the rain, but overall they are very busy trying to process this entire scene. People are out everywhere, and we're trying to speak to people in the area about what they saw a little while ago. Yuki?
Carrie, when you arrived, did anyone come up to you and just say what they saw before you had a chance to get your camera and the microphone together? What was the reaction of people from your immediate arrival?
Yuki, the moment I got here, I was speaking with people, and they say that they saw the plane go overhead, and then all of a sudden they saw a big fireball. They said they could even hear a loud bang. So, of course, a lot of terrified people in this area after watching that and hearing that. So their stories were pretty remarkable to hear.
Carrie, we were just talking to Arthur Walk, an aviation expert and a pilot who has a plane out there, and he was talking about the jet fuel aspect. And we were talking about how that jet fuel could probably, no doubt, spread across the area, and maybe that part of the story could affect some of the neighbors there in that area, some of the communities. Can you smell any of the jet fuel, anything that smells like gas, or is it just the burning, the explosion that is still in the air?
Yuki, we get little waves of smelling gas or jet fuel, as you said, but overall we can just smell a faint smell of smoke in the air as we can continue to see that smoke billow into the air behind me.
Okay, I want you to go do your thing and get some reaction from people. Find out, if you can, about any injuries, how people are doing tonight in the community, and if any information about the people on board that plane that went down. We're looking at the video right now that went down at 06:07 tonight. If you can get that information, we will get back to you shortly this evening. Carrie Corrado live on the scene in Northeast Philadelphia. Thank you, Carrie. We have another piece of information from the new United States Transportation Secretary. Sean Duffy just posted on X, and I'll just read it to you. He says, quote, "I am monitoring the crash in Philadelphia and heading to the FAA to gather more information." We want to get more information right now. I understand our Siafa Lewis is standing by with that. Siafa?
Hey, Yuki, we are here on Common Avenue, about, I'd say, half a mile from where I believe that plane went down this evening. I did speak to a gentleman who is a tow truck driver. He was across from the scene. He said he saw the plane come down. He wasn't sure what it was, obviously. He was startled by it. He saw there was a massive, big explosion. And then he was startled, and he started running in the direction where I'm standing right now. He also added that there were some human remains that he saw in the middle of the street down there. So just a frightening, horrible, horrific situation here in the Northeast, as you would expect, Yuki.
All right, Siafa, thank you so much. I mean, I'm just looking behind you, and just the flashing lights, the EMTs on the scene. I have never seen anything like this before. None of us have, that's for sure, in our area. What was the immediate reaction when you arrived on the scene? Were people in a panic state? Tell me more about when you first got there.
It took us quite some time to get here, Yuki, as you would imagine, at that time of night. I mean, we got here about 7 o'clock. Traffic is very congested in this area. We parked about, I'd say, a block and a half away and made our way to this point, which is as far as we could go. There are some people standing on the periphery, big crowds to my left and further behind me as well. Big congregated crowds, but just a lot of confusion, I would say, at this point.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Siafa Lewis, thank you so much. We will get back to you as well throughout the night to try to gather as much information as you can. And Grant, as we're looking at the scene right now, the streets are just wet, so the investigation hopefully isn't being hampered too much by the weather right now. Do you think it will stay this way throughout the evening while this investigation continues? We need to get your mic up. Hold on. Could we get Grant's mic up? 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's up.
So, Yuki, I mean, we're not going to be out of the rain probably for another 3 or 4 hours or so, but there is heavier rain just south of where all of this is unfolding, but it doesn't look like any sort of relief from that steady rain that's been in the area pretty much all day long is going to let up. I do have the radar pulled up if we want to look at that, just to show, generally speaking, what has been moving through the area. It's that the green there is sort of transparent, so you can still see the streets below. But it's light rain right now, and I'll zoom out, and the labels will fade a little bit, but you see there's that yellow just to the south. So it's a steady rain moving through. You saw Siafa with the raincoat on. The roads are wet out there. It's not cold per se. Temperatures are in the upper 40s right now. There is more rain moving in from the southwest, actually moving over Center City, Philadelphia right now, moving toward the northeast. So we could still see some heavier rainfall arrive before it lets up, but it's probably not going to be until probably closer to midnight, Yuki, until the rain starts to move out.
The investigators will need all the help they can get when it comes to getting to the bottom of this situation and checking on everyone. Once again, the debris fields everywhere in Northeast Philadelphia. Some people have been hit by debris. We understand several people were on this plane, this Learjet 55 that just took off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, and just moments after takeoff, it went down on a 45-degree angle. And that meant trouble, according, of course, to a gentleman we just spoke with, the aviation expert and pilot Arthur Walk, who joins us many times during tragic situations like this. He also has a plane at the Northeast Philadelphia Airport. Here's the angle that plane went down on. That was something he didn't want to see, something none of us wanted to see, that the way that plane went down, and then the immediate fireball and mushroom cloud as we come up on 8 o'clock. Just a reminder right now for our viewers, we're going to stay on top of this and continue our coverage right now, but we also want to tell you that if you're looking for local programming, you can find that on Philly 57, regular programming on Philly 57, regular CBS programming. We have some new video into us, and I'm once again just looking at it as you are looking at it live at this point. This is tape video of the explosion when that plane, that Learjet 55, went down. This is from another Ring camera in Northeast Philadelphia in the neighborhood. People closer to that mushroom cloud that you're looking at right now in the middle left of your screen said their homes just shook when that plane hit the ground. That plane was a medical plane, a rescue air ambulance plane going from Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri. And you can hear the chaos in the background of people in the neighborhood reacting to what they have just seen. Joe Holden is on the phone right now. Joe, you have more information?
You know what, Yuki, I've been listening to Mr. Walk, and I've been listening to you to describe the best idea and what we can wrap our heads around from the video we've seen. I have sources telling me that the debris field extends well beyond what you could even imagine, down to Tyson and the boulevard, which doesn't seem too far away from here, but that's at least perhaps a quarter of a mile, which is the radius of how matter shot from this central location. And again, still working to figure out exactly what Philadelphia police are determining as far as of injuries, transports, and potential fatalities. We've not confirmed anything just yet. Again, using some sensitivity here, but this is really with Mr. Walk's description and how that aircraft comes in at the degree rating. He says 45 degrees. There's also some information suggesting that this plane was not falling, from the sky, but this plane's engines were engaged to come down at that rate of an impact. So again, with emergency responders and first responders busy trying to assess the scene and do their jobs, trying to work with them to figure out what is the latest details. To go back in history briefly, if I could, I've been listening to some police radio from the time that this all began, and to hear how officers were stretched beyond limitation, putting out fires, getting people away from fires, and also trying to get crowds the hell out of the area. It really is a testament to these first responders who were at the entrance of a mall on a Friday night at 6:07 in the evening with nothing but tons of people around and trying to get all of these people to safety. Listening to the radio gives you an exact sense, while we look at these pictures, of what rained down in Northeast Philadelphia tonight. It is almost unbelievable to imagine.
Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, we're looking at the video, and we can't believe what we're watching here. Once again, this happened just moments after 6 o'clock. This Learjet 55 just took off from the Northeast Philadelphia Airport going up to Springfield, Missouri, and something happened. Our aviation expert, Arthur Walk, kind of thought the first thing that came to his mind was a mechanical failure, but we don't know. We don't know, he doesn't know, but that was the first thing that came to his mind because it happened so suddenly. Suddenly after the plane took off from the airport. The airport is less than 5 miles from the site, this debris site that you are looking at right now. Flames everywhere, debris everywhere. People have been hurt. The extent of their injuries, we are still waiting to find out, but we do have Siafa Lewis on the scene and Kerry Corrado on the scene. They are gathering information for you right now, but until then, we have these pictures. These pictures, Joe Holden has his sources, and we are hearing the cries from the people in the neighborhood who witnessed it. It's a plane, it is a plane. A Learjet, a medical jet. Absolutely tragic and unbelievable. The information I'm sure will be coming in even faster as the night goes on, but Joe, in all our years, we've never seen anything like this.
No, this is something that, again, I cannot believe that the density of this area. Well, obviously, we know things like this do happen, but yet it is something that is hard to watch, and it's hard to imagine with the sources of information that we have, the visuals that we have, and listening to the audio of police over radio, trying to manage impossibly difficult scenarios. And yet, as we go forward from here, an investigation now takes place, and this will have an entry in the history books as this January 31st incident in Northeast Philadelphia.
Unbelievable. And the jet fuel sprayed probably in so many places, and I'm being told that the fuel can reach temperatures of up to 1,500 degrees. A living hell.
Yuki, I was looking at some of the information being shared internally, and the FAA did provide a preliminary statement around 7:30 this evening. Now, some of it is already changed according to our sources on the ground here, but they go on to say a Learjet 55 crashed around 6:30 p.m. We know that it happened a little sooner than that after departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. When I say sooner, I mean our timeline here from the benefit of video is around 6:07. The plane was en route, as we've been reporting, to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. The FAA and NTSB will investigate. The NTSB will lead and provide all updates. And then, as we know, there will be preliminary reports. Sadly enough, we're reminded how the timeline is now, given the situation at Reagan International. And there's just sifting through information. I have to say that I've reached out to the mayor's office. I've reached out to the mayor's spokesperson to see if there is anything that we can share from Mayor Sherelle Parker just yet on this. I am waiting to hear back. I sent that text just 3 minutes ago, so hey, I know they are busy, but wanted to let you know that we're making those inquiries.
Hey, Joe, we may have some information possibly right now. Stand by, Joe. I'm going to get back to you. City Council member Mike Driscoll, I believe, joins us on the phone. Mike, are you there? Hey, Mike. I understand this is your district where this crash happened. What are you hearing? What are your emotions as you watch what we are watching right now?
Hey, look, it's a sad night for Northeast Philadelphia. Here you have heroes on a plane that are trying to save lives. And tragically, something happened and caused this accident within 30 seconds of them leaving Northeast Airport.
Unbelievable. Mike, have you heard from any other officials, whether it be from the police or fire department or even the mayor herself, what the next move?
The mayor will be setting up a command post at the northeast corner of Cotman and Boulevard. She's been in contact with the governor. We were on site at the Office of Emergency Management. All the police officers on hand. We have all the agencies, the fire department, utilities have all been notified what has to be turned off. This is a team effort, not just right now, but this is going to go on for days.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. Mike, what is your message right now to the residents in that area who may be watching this, who may want to go out and see what happened and check on their maybe loved ones or friends? What's your message to your district right now?
Those that live in that area, listen to the leadership that are going to be knocking on doors and giving them direction. Pay attention. It's still an evolving situation. These fires take a life of their own, as we know, especially when you have gas utilities. But we are a team effort here, and everybody, it's all hands on deck, and just pray that things are successful as we move forward.
Amen to that. Mike, where were you when you heard?
I was just coming home to have dinner with my family when I got the call.
Wow. Well, but as many families probably were having dinner or about to finish up when this occurred. Just an absolutely unbelievable scene. Mike, thank you so much. We appreciate you checking in.
God
All right.
bless.
God bless. Thank you, sir. Carrie Corrado. Carrie Corrado is standing by now with maybe some more information. Carrie, what have you learned?
Yuki, I actually have a 10-year-old here. His name is Declan. Hi, Declan.
Hi.
Declan, so tell everyone what you saw on the way home from hockey practice.
So I saw blinking lights coming from the sky, and I just saw them going down and down and down. And I came home, I watched TV, I saw the news, and now I'm here.
So you saw that plane literally come down from the sky.
Yeah, it was
Wow.
really scary.
Wow, and you were with your dad?
Yeah.
Yep. Tell me more about what you guys were thinking. That would be really scary to see.
Yeah, it was really like, because we didn't know what it was. I just saw blinking lights. I thought it was like something for the plane landing, but then I just got home and I saw it and I was like, dang, I just witnessed it. It was like, it was pretty scary.
Did you happen to see any flames or any explosion, or just kind of see the plane go down?
Yeah, I really just saw the plane go down. It was just white blinking, and then, yeah, that was it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for telling me your story.
You're welcome.
All right, Yuki, so you just heard from Declan. He was with his dad coming home from hockey practice when they say they saw the plane come down. I also spoke to a lot of people who say they saw a big fireball after this. Many of them saw it coming from overhead and then went down, and then a big fireball and smoke billowing into the air. But we are a little away from the scene right now. We are being kept back, but you can see a lot of emergency responders out here, a lot of blinking lights. It's all hands on deck as everyone responds and tries to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it's definitely a team effort, and we thank Declan as well. That's something that he will probably never forget. And it was kind of interesting. He said he just saw the white lights. He didn't see any flames or anything like that. He just saw the white lights. So that obviously, that's going to be discussed, I'm sure, in the investigation as well. When Mr. Walk said it could have been a malfunction of some sort. There were no, at least Declan didn't see any flames, just the lights. And then we saw what happened after that. All right, Carrie, we'll let you get back on the street and get more information, maybe some more interviews, and maybe even more witnesses to what you are looking at right now on this videotape. A Learjet 55 crashes in northeast Philadelphia. Moments after takeoff, a medical plane going from Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri, just after 6 o'clock tonight, has gone down in northeast Philadelphia. All this, once again, coming off the heels of that mid-air collision, that tragic collision over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. Grant, the weather seems to be providing a little help as far as the investigation and talking to people and searching for people who may have been hurt.
Right. I mean, look, it is raining. It's been raining for most of the day, but temperatures are in the upper 40s to right around 50 degrees right now. So as people are out and about and trying to figure out what's going on, while they are out in this light rain, it looks like a little area of some heavy rain is about ready to move over. You see out to the left side of your screen there, that yellow or that darker color there, that's really indicating that some heavier showers is starting to move in. And I'll zoom out and show you what we're seeing across the area, and that is just more of this steady rain. But again, temperatures are right around 50 degrees, so it's a relatively mild January evening, even though it is raining out there and the rain continues. I'll zoom out even farther to show you it's more rain on the way. So that would hamper some of these rescue and recovery efforts there as a lot of the emergency crews get out on scene and try to just survey the situation and try to get a hold of what's going on and how they can best help. I'm sure that's a feat in itself. Where do you start?
Exactly.
When you see that video of the plane coming down and the explosion and the debris field that must be. I don't know where you begin with that. That's got to be a huge challenge.
Yeah, this is going to take a long time. This is definitely going to take a long time. There's no doubt about that. If you are just joining us, we're following breaking news. A significant event. It's been described as a very graphic scene because of this. A plane leaving the Northeast Philadelphia airport crashes moments after takeoff. A medical plane, several people on board. People on the ground hurt as well. We're still waiting to hear if there are any injuries. No fatalities have been reported as of yet, and hopefully, prayerfully, it will stay that way. Let's get more information now. Siafa Lewis, as we saw earlier, is on the scene. Siafa, what do you know? Siafa, if you can hear me, your mic's not up, Siafa. We're going to try to work that out in a minute. Okay, we're standing by. You can hear horns in the background. An alarm has been set off. You can imagine it's quite a chaotic scene out there. We just lost our picture, but here's the picture we have been talking about for the evening. We'll get back to Siafa in just a little bit. Just moments after that Learjet took off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, where a lot of private planes come in and out every single day. This one was going from Philly to Springfield, Missouri, and something happened. Something happened. Is way too early to figure out what, but we know something happened, possibly mechanical, but that plane went down just moments after takeoff, less than 5 miles from the Northeast Philadelphia Airport into this community. There were reports of cars on fire, a debris field stretching for a number of yards. Traffic is snarled in that area as police, EMTs, and all the officials cordon things off so they can try to figure out how this happened and who is hurt. You can hear screams of anguish in the background. Oh my God, oh my God. And that's all you can say after seeing something like this in this neighborhood in Northeast Philadelphia. We're standing by for Siafa Lewis again, and thank you, Steve. I'm getting more reports that 6 people were on board this plane, this Learjet. Excuse me, 6 people, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, and probably a family member of the patient on that plane. And I'm sure the officials are at that crash scene right now. Boy, that's bad. That's bad. 6 people. Once again, 2 doctors, 2 pilots. It was a medical plane going from Philly to Springfield, Missouri. A patient and a family member of the patient. Just moments after takeoff, it goes down. Joe Holden's on the phone. Joe?
Yuki, I'm looking at the flight data that gives me a sense of the direction of the plane once it leaves Northeast Philadelphia Airport. We've been saying less than 5 miles in distance from point of impact and from the airport. It's actually less as the crow flies. The plane leaves the airport in a direction, southward direction from the runway. It crosses Pennypack Creek, which is then where the boulevard is crossing the creek, and sort of makes a curve and then comes around and makes this sharp descent at a rate that shows at last check of the radar, it was coming down in the sky at a rate of 11,000 feet per minute.
Wow. Wow. And the result of that, Joe, if you can look at your monitor, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the result of that you can see again in this new video that we have just put on the air. To the right of you see the moment of impact, the explosion, the debris.
I see
Go ahead,
it.
Joe.
I see it. And if the plane was fully fueled, that means that it was carrying just under 7,000 pounds of jet fuel. And I'm looking actually at in that video the colors of the combustion. It almost seems that there are purple.
It did look like that, yeah.
Associated with this initial explosion. And for the benefit of our viewers at home, we're not experts, but I've seen my fair share of fires. And as Arthur Walk, our aviation expert, has described, this likely was carrying a full capacity of jet fuel upon impact.
And here's that impact once again to the right of your screen. Absolutely unbelievable. Joe, stay on the phone for about 20 seconds because we have a new interview with a man who was driving in the area at the time. Let's play that right now.
I just was driving and I saw just a lot of police activity, and then people texted me, I was close here, that there was a plane crash. And then my daughter, who GPS'd me, called me and was making sure that I was okay.
And that's what officials are doing right now, trying to find out how many people are okay, how many people have been hurt after this incident that you're looking right now. A small plane crashes in Northeast Philadelphia. There's the result. And Joe, you were talking about the color of the smoke and the fact that if this plane was fully loaded, it was like 7,000 pounds of jet fuel.
That's right. And if we want to start from the top, our timeline takes us back to 6:07 on this Friday night, when we understand from video this plane crashes near Castor Gardens in Northeast Philadelphia at the entrance to the Roosevelt Mall. And the first alarm is struck for the Philadelphia Fire Department a few moments after that. At 6:12 and then at 6:15, a second alarm goes. Not soon thereafter, a third alarm is struck, and then Philadelphia Fire declares an all-hands emergency. As fire and police rush to the scene, we have the benefit of police radio telling us that officers were met with carnage and crowds, people, debris, trying to get the folks separated from the danger, as multiple fires burned in the area, as well as businesses, other buildings, at least one home, and an untold number of cars. In this video right here, you see the officers doing their jobs, as police radio appropriately and correctly displayed for us, that these officers were telling people to get out of harm's way. This photo, one of the first we did see tonight, of the absolute wreckage and the debris across Cotman Avenue at Rupert Street. This is on the northwest side of Roosevelt Boulevard. And again, we see that from flight data, the plane takes off. It is described a Learjet 55. Yuki confirming moments ago that we've learned 6 souls aboard that plane, a medical plane by designation. The plane leaves the ground and is making its ascent. And Arthur Walk concludes from his professional opinion, something mechanical in nature had to have happened. And as quickly as that plane was ascending, it came down, descending in less than 5 miles.
And the angle of that descent, I don't know if we can find that video and pull that up, but the angle of descent was very telling. There it is, according to Arthur Walk. Something definitely had to malfunction. And Joe, you were talking earlier about the people you were first in contact with and the way they described it all, saying it was a significant event, very graphic scene, numerous buildings and cars on fire, an absolute disaster. And that's what we're looking at right now.
Now, there was the description from one of my sources who was incredulous and sort of lost for words. And, as we sort of think back about the 2 hours almost that we've been trying to learn and explain and absorb what we're hearing, what we're seeing, what we're understanding, is that, some of these folks have seen the worst and are, they come upon things that most of us are running from. They're running in, as the saying goes, and just described it a disaster. And then they had to get off the phone very quickly and provided us with some information. I know that the information from Councilman Mike Driscoll indicated that the mayor would be joining the command center, and I'm still waiting to hear back from the mayor's office if there's anything, again, that we can advance and share with our viewers. Clearly, they are busy.
No doubt.
And they're working this disaster.
Yeah, we hope to hear from the mayor and other city officials as they begin to set up for a news conference to bring us up to date. But we here at CBS Philadelphia can tell you that a small Learjet 55, has crashed in Northeast Philadelphia with 6 people on board. 6 people on board. You see the explosion there to the right of your screen. And of those 6 people, we understand 2 of them were doctors. It was a medical flight. 2 were pilots. There was a patient on board, and the family a family member of that patient was on board as well. 6 people, and then this happened just after 6 o'clock this evening in Northeast Philadelphia as that plane was leaving to go to Springfield, Missouri. Wow, it's been quite a night. It's been quite a night, and investigators are on the scene right now, and the weather has been cooperating in this investigation right now as they try to put everything together to find people from the neighborhood that may be affected not only psychologically but physically, because that debris went everywhere. Jet fuel went everywhere. People heard it and reacted in a panic manner, as you might imagine, saying, oh my God, a plane. And that's just what happened, and you're looking at the aftermath right now. That happened just after 6 o'clock. And Grant, you were saying that the weather is okay for that investigation right now.
Hey, I mean, you have some rain out there. They can manage the rain. It's light, maybe a little bit heavier at times, but temperatures, are, like you said, Yuki, are cooperating. It's 50 degrees in the Northeast right now. It's 50 in Philadelphia as well. So, I mean, for all intent and purposes, a very mild January evening. I mean, you're looking at temperatures could be very well into the teens, if not, colder than that, with some wind chills, and that's not the case this evening. So while they're having to deal with just sort of some damp and some wet conditions out there because of the rain, overall, I mean, the real impact would come from temperature. I'll pull up the radar and just show you the radar right now, where we do have some light showers moving across the area. I've got marked on the map there where the Northeast Philadelphia Airport is, there in the upper right-hand corner, Roosevelt Mall, just near where the crash site is. And I'll zoom out and show you. It's light rain. There's some heavier pockets here or there, Yuki, but overall, we don't have any thunder or lightning or anything like that. That would be an issue. So it's just some light rain. They'll manage that.
And here it is, like 2 hours or so after impact, and we're just getting word. Hopefully, the weather has played a part, and the investigation, as far as putting the fire out, anyway, the fire department has just called us and says the fires are under control.
That's good.
Right now, so that's good. That was good to hear. These are the fires that happened earlier, but these are now under control. Go ahead, Grant.
Yuki, we can never suspect, what caused this crash. We look at all things, as journalists, you try to, look at all the facts and just put all the facts out there until the officials are able to do their investigations. And of course, get down to the exact cause of this. But as I was looking at the weather conditions, we all know it's been a cloudy, it's been a dreary, it's been a wet day. The cloud cover was down to around 400 feet right over the airport at takeoff. So, maybe they briefly went up into that low cloud deck. I think some of our reporting was showing that they climbed up to an altitude of around 1,200 feet and then came back down. So they were easily up into the clouds at that time, which would almost drop down that visibility to near zero. Our aviation expert was saying that they most likely were having to use that artificial horizon,
right,
which gives them that idea of exactly where they are in relationship to Earth and the sky, so they know where they are. They're using their instruments, and from there we can only we just have to wait to find out what was the cause of this.
And because of that cloud cover, we can only provide these ground pictures right now and video that has been sent into us. We couldn't get our chopper up. Our chopper cannot fly when the ceiling is low when it comes to cloud cover. We continue to cover this story. Josh Sanders, I believe, is on the scene right now. Josh, where are you, and what more can you tell us?
Hey, Yuki, good evening. Good to be with you. We are on the opposite side of Roosevelt Boulevard, so you can see behind me Roosevelt Mall. I actually had to park about a 15-minute walk away from where our crew is right now. That's just because this area is so congested. We've been talking about that all throughout the night. This is a very busy intersection when it comes to Northeast Philadelphia. And so what I've seen so far is just a lot of people here. I walked through one of the neighborhoods that was impacted. There's a lot of people just in shock right now. They're taking this moment in. They really don't know how to feel. As I walked past people, you could just see there was a daze kind of in their eyes, just taking this moment in as we are waiting to find out more information about what happened. I do have an update. We were just told by Philadelphia police they should be holding a press conference around here in about 20 minutes. We hope to find out more information of what's happening right now. I want to be careful with what I tell you, what I saw as I walked over here. I'm just going to be, I'm not going to be specific at all. I'm just going to speak in broad terms of what I saw because, again, we don't have a lot of the details. What I saw as I walked through, and Philadelphia police allowed me to walk through because we are media. I do want to say anyone else that isn't media or a first responder, you don't need to be here right now. You just don't. You need to let the officials do their jobs right now. But what I saw is debris from that plane spread throughout the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. I did speak to one officer who told me that that there's the potential for casualties and evidence within that area, and so that's why right now investigators are doing what they're doing. First responders are here right now. I was able to see where the plane crashed, where one of those row homes were on fire. Obviously, a lot of engines there, a lot of first responders there as we continue to just gather information as to what happened. But I think right now the moment is very surreal for people. It's very shocking for people, especially in light of what took place in the nation's capital. This is something that feels very heavy for people here in Northeast Philadelphia and for our city. But again, in about 20 minutes, we should hear from law enforcement officials. They'll give us an update on what they can tell us and what we will, obviously tell those watching us right now.
Hey, Josh, you said you saw the impact, or not the impact, but the point of impact. When you saw that, was it anywhere from our vantage point? It looked like it was behind one of the row homes near the mall. Could you tell if it hit a house or not, one of the row homes, or was it an open area, a parking lot in front of the mall? What could you see from your vantage point?
What it looked like to me, Yuki, and I want to be careful because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but what it looked like from my vantage point was the crash area was in front of a group of row homes. There looked to be damage to one of the row homes. Oh, sorry, there was somebody yelling. There's damage to one of the row homes. It looked like that was a row home that was on fire. I know that there's a number of video out there right now on social media and going across social media platforms right now. Obviously, we're working hard to get video that we know is, a video of what happened. But again, here mentioned that they said the fire was put out. It probably was that row home because it did look like there was burnt areas on the row home and damage to this row home. But what I will say is I walked across, this was across the street from Roosevelt Mall. And you have a huge parking lot here. Ross, Dunkin' Donuts, stores here, a Macy's. I saw debris from the plane throughout the parking lot.
Wow.
So you can just imagine that, it probably 40 yards away where the potential of this plane coming down around this neighborhood, and then you had debris that flew 40, 50 yards into the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. And as we work to find out the number of casualties, of course, we know that there were 6 individuals on that aircraft heading to Missouri, a medical aircraft, a medical flight. We don't know what the casualties were on the ground. We're working to find out that information. It looks like, we're about to have a press conference with the Philadelphia Police Department. So we're getting ready for that.
Yeah.
I'm going to put this microphone on the stand.
Go ahead.
And then we can take a listen, okay?
You got it, Josh. We will definitely come back to you when it starts. But as you can see, the mayor should be there very soon, along with other officials from the city of Philadelphia to discuss the crash of this Learjet 55. Let's talk about it more right now and go back out to the scene. I believe Carrie Corrado is standing by with more information. Carrie?
Yuki, this is all hands on deck. Every police officer, every firefighter is here trying to help. Everywhere you look, you can see flashing police lights here, and people are out really trying to figure out what exactly is going on. I spoke with a man who says he saw the explosion from the crash, and then he got out of his car and he just ran. Another man says he saw a massive fireball, and then another young boy we spoke with say he saw the plane coming down. Many people are also out here showing me some videos that they have that captured the plane coming down and then the massive explosion after that. So many people captured this on their Ring camera or on their cell phones. There's many witnesses' accounts because many people live, work, and shop around here. People are everywhere. So are emergency responders, like I mentioned. Everywhere you look, you can see police running around trying to figure this all out. The entire area, though, traffic-wise, is gridlocked. Streets and roads are blocked off, and we were even rerouted all over the place. So it's very difficult to get around here if you live around here. It's also raining, so investigators and emergency responders are battling all of this through the rain. Investigators are here trying to figure out exactly what happened, but overall, a very chaotic scene here.
No doubt about that. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Once again, if you are just joining us, a small plane, a Learjet 55, has crashed in northeast Philadelphia. 6 people on board, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, a family member of that patient as well. That's the moment of impact, just after 6 o'clock. Just after 6 o'clock outside of the Roosevelt Mall. And that's where our reporters are right now. And they're going to stay on the scene as we continue to get more information. Let's get more information right now, if we can, on the phone. I believe Joe Holden is standing by with that. Joe?
I'm with you, Yuke, and if you have to cut me off, please do so. I'll stop talking. Trying to get a sense of the debris field here, and I've asked our control room to pull up a map that might give us a sense somewhat a little closer up. Well, we're going to wait for the press conference. I'll toss it back to you, Yuki.
Well, you know what, Joe? We're going to keep an eye on these microphones right now, and then if the mayor or other officials step to it, I'll let you know, and we will take it. But continue with your thought, please.
Sure. So if we have a map, and if we don't want to go to the map, I'll just explain that from my own assessment, it looks like debris fields scattered as far south as Tyson Avenue at the Boulevard, also about eastward towards St. Matt's at Wellington. So you see the Boulevard there. Go to that next parallel street of Cotman Avenue. That's Tyson. Mm-hmm. So Tyson at the Boulevard, there's debris there. There's debris reported at where you see and in the Chiron there, Cotman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. A friend in the area told me, a secretary from that parish there at St. Matthew, former St. Matt's secretary, said blocks from the church thought a car hit her house that it shook so bad. So blocks on the other side of the boulevard from where this plane crashed. People felt it, immediately had a reaction, and the debris field appears to be widening, which I'm told now by my sources that if you have something on your property, it obviously is likely connected to this, to call 911.
Right. That's going to be crucial parts of the investigation.
And indeed, and it is best just to leave it, to not to touch it, and just to notify authorities. Now, police may clarify that and give a number to the NTSB. Obviously, we'll wait for that. But I'm told as they are gathering around that bank of microphones that they are assembling the team that will be addressing this. And as you've noted, that may take a few moments. So we're continuing to work our sources as best we can, but they are tied up, to say the least.
All right, Joe, you stand by. We're continuing to look at the video of this awful, awful, tragic accident right now. Still no official reports of fatalities, but a small Learjet crash moments after takeoff, after leaving the airport in northeast Philadelphia, where many small private planes are held and are in the area there, and they took off. It took off about just after 6, and then at 6:07 we got reports and ring camera video of the moment of impact. 6 people on board that plane, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, and a family member. Right now we are going to the press conference right now. You can see many officials, fire officials on the scene. This is Mayor Sherelle Parker, and she's going to explain what she knows thus far. There's the police commissioner right behind her. Let's wait, and here's Mayor Parker.
Everybody here? Let me start by thanking each of you for being here. I want to go through some basic facts about what we know for certain right now. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue. This occurred shortly after 6 p.m. this evening. As of right now, we have no reports on the number of fatalities. So right now we're just asking for prayers for any and everyone who may have been affected. We do want to note that several dwellings and vehicles were impacted. So what are we asking you to do for us right now, Philadelphia? We're urging you to please stay away from the scene. If you see debris, call 911. Don't touch anything. This is still an active scene under investigation. I'm proud to note that all of our federal and state partners, they are either en route here or on the ground with us right now. We did see some neighbors who live in the surrounding community. Just stay in your home. Again, it's still an active scene and it's under investigation. This is only the first of many briefings, I'm sure, to come on this evening. And of course, when daylight comes, when we have more facts and information to share with you. But I do want to say a special thank you right now, again, to all of our federal and state partners and our amazing first responders right here in the city of Philadelphia. Our fire, our EMS, our police department, they have been here working vigorously to ensure that we get this perimeter and the surrounding area blocked off to ensure that we make public safety and health our #1 priority. So we don't have any further information to share at this time. I've spoken to our Governor Josh Shapiro. He is en route. I've spoken to our U.S. Senator John Fetterman, other federal officials, and everyone, all hands on deck. That's where we are right now. Thank you so very much, and we'll have more information to report in the near future.
Thank you, Mayor.
You've been listening to Mayor Sherelle Parker thanking all federal and state partners and the first responders in the wake of this horrible accident. A Learjet goes down in northeast Philadelphia carrying 6 people. 6 people. A debris field is all throughout the area. 6 people on board. A couple of doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, and a family member of the patient. There's the aftermath, the moment of impact, just after 6 o'clock tonight. We're approaching the 3rd hour of our coverage, and still no answers. No answers. It's going to be a long time as this investigation continues as to why this happened. No reports, as the mayor said, of fatalities, official reports. We're still waiting for that information. We have a number of people on the scene, a number of reporters trying to gather as much information as we can as this plane crashes near Cottman and the Boulevard, just less than 5 miles from the Northeast Airport, where it took off on its way to Springfield, Missouri this evening. Janelle Burrell joins me now from our morning crew. Janelle, this has been absolutely shocking and awful to see.
And it is just devastating, Yuki. I was listening to your coverage on the way into the station here, and just seeing these images, that fireball exploding, and hearing the voices of those residents in the neighborhood watching it just in shock and in horror. And all of this happening just a couple of days after what we saw happen outside of our nation's capital. So everybody just very shaken by this news here in Northeast Philadelphia this evening. As we wait to get more details from officials as to what happened, and looking at these images, these huge fire piles on the scene as emergency responders are trying to assess what happened here. You can only imagine what these neighbors, what was going through their minds.
Let's try to find out. Let's try to find out more now, because I believe Carrie Corrado is standing by with the latest from her vantage point. Carrie?
Yuki, we've been speaking with a lot of people the moment we got here. We found one man who says he lives nearby. Is that right?
Yeah, I live like 2 blocks from here. Like when the accident was, the crash was happened, I was, inside the house. I was talking to my brother, and I heard like big sounds, like it's like some, I don't want to say like earthquake, but it's like somebody's knocking the door. It's very hard. And I was like, what's going on? Then me and my brother just ran out from, house, and we see like there is nothing basically, but I see like within like 1 minute, everybody started, running from like my neighbor next door and neighbor, everybody's running there.
So you said the crash made your house shake. It almost felt like somebody was like knocking hard on the door.
Yeah, pretty hard. Like I wasn't expecting like this. I never, I had a noise like that in my house. This is the first time we had like very, very strong noise,
Okay.
And
so when you realized what was happening, you said you saw people just start running. It was pretty chaotic.
Yeah, very chaotic. Everybody was running. We didn't know what's going on. And my brother was asking somebody that what's going on. Then she's saying like there's probably like car crash or something going on. But within like 30 seconds, we saw there is like a smoke, sky and flames, something like that. And me and my brother just ran, in here, and I saw there is a flame.
So that had to be pretty scary to
Very
watch.
scary, yeah. That time, all the cops and ambulances started coming and big noise everywhere. It's very sad, because I lived in the neighborhood pretty long time. It's never happened like that, but I'm, very upset at this moment about this accident.
Well, thank you for sharing your story with me.
No problem. Thank you so much for. I'm praying for everybody, feel safe here. Thank you.
Thank you. So Yuki, that was just one account. There are many people who witnessed this plane coming down, many people who say they left their cars and just ran. Other people say they saw a big fireball and then smoke billowing into the air. So this is a very heavily populated area with a lot of businesses, homes, people shopping in the area. So many people saw this and witnessed this, and they're sharing their videos with all of us.
Carrie, thank you so much. Once again, 6 people on that plane, and we just received word. I mentioned that a patient, Carrie, we'll get back to you. Thank you so much. A patient that was on that plane was a child patient, and a family member of that child. 6 people, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, that child patient, and a family member of that child.
Just devastating to hear the details as we wait for an update on the condition of those people who are on board and those who were injured on the ground as well. Our Joe Holden, he has been joining us by phone throughout our coverage here this evening. And Joe, we understand you have some information you can share with us as well.
Well, yeah, Janelle and Yuki, good evening again. And I'm sad to be with you under the circumstances because the visuals that we've been wrapping our heads around tonight, I want to make a note that when I watched the briefing from the mayor, there certainly appears to be just a deep frustration with this. And the finer points that the mayor made, saying the aircraft went down shortly after 6 p.m., they still have no fixed reports on the number of fatalities. We know the souls on board that Learjet 55, but the actual number of people who may have been hurt, injured, transported is still unclear, according to the mayor herself. She said that several dwellings and vehicles were impacted. We know from our sources, law enforcement, and folks that we are talking to in that community that houses caught fire, cars caught fire as debris rained down and exploded out from the center of this impact. Mayor Sherelle Parker urged people to stay away, to stay in your homes. And shortly before the mayor took to that bank of microphones, we reminded people what our sources were saying to do. If you have debris on your property, you are urged to call 911, which the mayor, in fact, instructed people to do. We talked about debris fields to show you the force of the explosion and the impact. My police sources are saying debris has been found as far south as Tyson, which it's not a long car ride, but it is certainly a distance from Cotman and Rupert and Cotman and the Boulevard, and then as far east towards the river as St. Matthews and Wellington and Cotman. It is extensive. We spoke with or heard from a woman who told us that she thought a car had hit her house and she is on the complete opposite side of the boulevard from here. And in this video that we're looping right now, there's actually a car that looks to be in a bank drive-through that it wasn't even long enough. It appeared that they completed their transaction. This plane crashed, and they stepped on the gas.
Wow.
And this video that we're also watching here now, Arthur Walk previously describing the trajectory with which the plane is coming down appears to his professional opinion to be almost a 45-degree angle.
And it was essentially just a nosedive to the ground there, Joe.
A nosedive to the ground, and the resulting explosion about as violent as you could imagine. And what we're seeing with the multiple sources of video, Ring cameras and dash cameras and other sources of video, it's hard to...
We're having a little breakup, Joe. We will get back to you, but I want to point out that Arthur Walk, the man you mentioned, is an aviation expert and pilot who also has a plane at the Northeast Philadelphia airport. So he had some hard-hitting comments about what he was looking at right now. We also have a statement from the Learjet people.
Well, so yes, this plane was a Learjet 55. We just got a statement from the company that owns that plane. Right now, they say they cannot confirm any survivors among the 6 people on board. To repeat that, they cannot confirm at this point any survivors among the 6 people who are on board. No names are being released at this time, they say, until family members have been notified.
And we can tell you that the 6 people were 2 doctors on this medical flight to Springfield, Missouri, from Philly. 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient who was a child patient, and a family member of that patient.
And you can only imagine for the families as they wait for news as to whether it was in fact their loved ones who were on board that flight. We can now also confirm that the ATF is on the ground here in Northeast Philadelphia as part of this investigation. The FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board also part of this investigation as well. Of course, we are still in the very early stages of all of this as we're still waiting for news as to, in addition to the 6 people who are on board that flight, how many others on the ground were injured as well.
We had initial reports that there were injuries on the ground. The extent of those injuries, we don't know right now. I don't know if Josh Sanders has any information on that, but he is here now to supply some more information from this tragic accident. Josh?
Yeah, Yuki, I just heard from sources with Governor Josh Shapiro's office. The governor is en route. He is supposedly going to be here in 15 minutes, around 15 minutes. Obviously, the governor is gathering information right now, but they are working on kind of the logistics because of obviously how much this area has been impacted and closed off right now. They're going to try to get the governor to come over and speak with us in about 15 minutes, I'm told. So that I just got off the phone with the source with the governor's office. So 15 minutes out. Obviously, the governor will, express any information that he can share with us. As you heard again from Mayor Sherrell Parker, it's so early on in this investigation. But again, she said that she spoke with the governor. She also said she spoke with Senator John Fetterman about 15 minutes out for that governor. I also asked if they had been in contact with the White House. So we're waiting to gather information to find out if they've talked with White House officials about what's going on here and if President Trump has been briefed on this situation. But again, Yuki, 15 minutes, we should hear from Governor Josh Shapiro.
And
Josh
Sanders, thank you for that update. But, Yuki, what's so hard during all of this is the fact that this just happened, a couple of hours ago at this point, and 3 hours, going on 3 hours now, and there's still so many unanswered questions. So those officials who we've been hearing from, the mayor included, they're still waiting to hear details as to what happened. And as we wait for the governor to get to the scene, our Carrie Corrado, she has been on the scene for us there this evening. Carrie, what can you tell us from your vantage point?
Well, I'm speaking with a lot of people who are out here trying to figure out what's going on. Many of them tell me they live pretty far away, but their house is shook. They say the moment after the crash, their house is shook, and then they just saw people running. When they came outside of their house, they looked in the sky, they saw the smoke and the flames, and they could just see it billowing into the air. But behind me, there are emergency responders everywhere. Like I mentioned earlier, it is all hands on deck. Every police officer, every firefighter is out here trying to help and help this neighborhood. I just also spoke with a man who says after the explosion, he actually got out of his car and just ran. He was so close to it. Another man described it to me as a massive fireball after the crash. There are many witnesses' accounts out here because many people live, work, and shop around here. People are out here, and many of them are also, like I mentioned, emergency responders. Everywhere you look, you see these police lights. This entire area, if you're driving around here, it's gridlocked. Streets and roads are blocked off. We were rerouted all over the place. It's also raining, so a lot of investigators are trying to process this scene in the rain. Moments ago, we did just see the Red Cross on here trying to help a lot of people who were affected, but a lot of concerned neighbors out here trying to make sure everybody is okay.
Carrie, just out of curiosity, can you see any damage to any homes?
Yuki, from my vantage point, we are too far back. I can't see any damage. All I can see are waves of smoke continuing to billow into the air. So it looks like there are still a lot of hot spots on scene.
For sure, no doubt about it. And just thank you, Carrie. And I guess it was about 35 minutes or so, the fire department contacted us and say these fires that you're looking at now, this is from drone video. These fires are now under control. But this was the scene. This was the scene moments after impact. This video just coming into us now.
And as we've been recapping for you, for those who are not familiar with this area of Northeast Philadelphia, you can actually see from this vantage point from the drone video, this is a densely populated area, not only with a lot of neighborhoods of row homes, but commercial businesses as well. So on a Friday night, the end of a long week, you can imagine there might have been people on their way home, people going out with their families at that time of night, around 6 o'clock on a Friday evening. And to see that fireball just explode on the ground there, that plane essentially nosedive to the ground, had to be just shocking.
And just after dinner time, folks probably wrapping up the meal, maybe even starting the meal. And then this happened. This happened. A Learjet. Just moments after takeoff. Moments after takeoff, just a few minutes, and 6 people on board. 6 people on board. We're still waiting for the official call on any fatalities. We don't have that officially yet, but the mayor will be back. The governor is on his way. Many of the top officials are on their way as we continue to watch this unfold. But you're watching video that happened about 3 hours or so ago. Once again, the fire department has told us that the majority of these fires are under control right now, but now the investigation really begins.
Yeah, and to recap, if you're just joining us, this medical jet was taking off from Northeast Airport around 6:07. The first calls went out to officials that the plane went down at 6:12. And as you know, we have been dealing with rainy and cloudy conditions throughout the day. Meteorologist Grant Gilmore has been here with us during our coverage as well. Grant, if you can give us some insight as to the conditions that the pilots may have been dealing with as they were taking off from the airport.
So there was actually a small break in the rain, Janelle, right around the time that the Learjet would have been taking off. But I'm showing you a live loop of the radar. It's an hour loop, so there's light rain over the northeast right now, over northeast Philadelphia. That yellow and actually a little bit of a darker yellow and an orange is moving in from the southwest. So more moderate rain is starting to move in, so that will obviously hamper those conditions as the rescuers are out there and responding to the crash. I'll take you back to the conditions leading up to the crash. So the crash happened right around 6:07 this evening. Right around 5:54, Northeast Philadelphia Airport reporting overcast skies with that cloud deck down at 400 feet. And according to some of the tracking that we were able to put onto the plane climbed up to around 1,200 feet. So it would have climbed up into that cloud deck, which overcast skies, almost zero visibility probably within those clouds, mist on the ground. Temperatures were at 48 degrees, wind speeds around 10 miles per hour. So the crash happened around 6:07 in the Northeast. Temperatures were around 49 at 6:14. Overcast conditions still. Like I said, the precipitation, that light rain, had moved out at that point briefly before now we're seeing those showers starting to move back in and pick up in intensity. I'll take you down there right now. Reporting conditions there at the Northeast Philadelphia Airport right around 51 degrees. So if we can find any silver lining in this from a weather perspective, is that those temperatures are relatively mild. It is late January, almost February. Just last week, we had temperatures in the teens and single digits across the region. We have temperatures now at 51 degrees. So all the responders are in relatively mild temperatures, though it is raining and we're going to see some heavier rain move in relatively shortly. At least those temperatures are a little bit more manageable. I'll take you down a little bit closer right now. I've stopped the radar just to show it's light rain over. There's the Northeast Airport right there, just to the southwest. It's roughly 5 miles. I can put a track on it here and show you from Northeast Philadelphia down to the Roosevelt Mall. It's about 3.3 miles as the crow flies. And then you get a little bit closer down, closer to where the crash site is, and almost right across the street from Cotman there, and our own Joe Holden is reporting that there has been reports of debris as far southwest as Tyson. So by my calculations, that's about a tenth of a mile that debris field was stretched from the side of the crash, all south and west. So that's consistent with the flight track there. Learjet taking off from the airport just to the northeast, about 3 miles or so northeast of where it crashed, and then the debris strewn at least a tenth of a mile farther to the south and west. So that's what I've been able to look at just from a fact standpoint and weather standpoint, guys. And like I said, light rain right now over the northeast, but we've got heavier rain moving in probably within the next 20 minutes or so.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And I just got a text from a friend who kind of lives in the area. She lives about 3 miles from the mall. And she said her next door neighbor, as we've heard from a lot of people, said her house shook violently when it happened. And she went outside thinking there might have been a car accident. She did hear a boom, my friend did, around that time. But this was the result. They had no idea at the time, but this is what happened. A small plane, a Learjet, leaving the Northeast Philadelphia Airport with 6 people on board, including a child. A medical flight going to Springfield, Missouri. Goes down just after the 6 o'clock hour this evening.
And that boom and that violent shaking you describe only speaks to how powerful the impact was from that crash this evening. Our chief investigative reporter, Joe Holden, has been working his sources throughout the evening for us as well. Joe, what do you have on your end?
Well, Janelle, you know what? I'm continuing to watch video that we're receiving here in the newsroom, and from what I can see from our assignment editor, Ben Payne, he has come across video that shows a couple. It looks like the husband might be leaving the house. It is a normal Friday night. That's what this video begins to show. You hear wind chimes. And then all of a sudden, because the video is so good, you actually see a searchlight making its way through down from the clouds. And what is unmistakable in this video, and we're working to cue this up, but so I'm previewing this. What is unmistakable is the roar of the jets. So these jets sound as if they are at full throttle as this Learjet crashes into the ground, resulting in, from what this drone video is showing, this catastrophe here in Northeast Philadelphia. Sources telling me now that the FAA arriving at Northeast Airport has now left the airport and will be heading to the scene there by ground. So that part of the investigation commencing, but as soon as we can turn around this video, what it shows you is life on a Friday night and then an absolute disaster unfolding behind these people. What I failed to mention, because it's almost an afterthought given the audio, is the absolute whitewash of video that occurs when the impact happens. These folks in Northeast Philadelphia could not have been more than 2 blocks, maybe south of the impact. And it is clear now from watching it why everyone says either their house shook or they heard what sounded like a car crash or something even unimaginable. So it is staggering.
It truly is.
To see what is coming out of Northeast Philadelphia tonight.
Joe, we'll get back to you. It's just after 9 o'clock, 3 hours after This Learjet 55 went down. Once again, a programming note, if you are looking for regular programming, that can be found on Philly 57. Right now, we are continuing our coverage of this Learjet that just left the Northeast Philadelphia airport after 6 o'clock, shortly after 6 o'clock this evening. Moments later, tragically, went down on a 45-degree angle, crashing in this Northeast Philadelphia neighborhood near the Roosevelt Mall. Debris everywhere, fireballs everywhere, and we want to let you know that this is video of what happened earlier. The fire department tells us the majority of these fires are under control and out right now, and the investigation continues.
And there were 6 people on board that medical flight, as we've been telling you. There were 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, and likely a family member. And we're told that one of the people on board was a child. This is just heartbreaking as we continue to gather details for you. Our Siafa Lewis also at the scene for us. Siafa, tell us where you are and what you're hearing from your vantage point.
So Janelle and Yuki, we are currently on Bustleton Avenue, just off of Cottman. Since the last time we spoke to you, we went on quite an adventure. We walked along Cottman Avenue, deep into the parking lot by the Roosevelt Mall, looking to see if anybody was there, see if we could come upon anybody who may be in their cars. Because a couple hours ago, I spoke to a gentleman, a tow truck driver, who had to leave his tow truck. I did mention to Yuki that he did see the explosion. He was very shook up by it. He said he saw some human remains, was very shook up, did not want to go on camera. So we thought maybe we could see somebody in that direction. We could not. We turned back, went quite a bit in the opposite direction down Cottman Avenue. But the further we got, the less people seemed to be I don't want to say aware of the situation, but did not necessarily see anything. I did speak with a gentleman a little while ago, though, who did see a little bit of the explosion, and here's what he had to say.
I just was driving and I saw just a lot of police activity, and then people texted me, I was close here, that there was a plane crash. And then my daughter, who GPS'd me, called me and was making sure that I was okay.
Yeah, so as you've heard from our colleagues who are also here on the scene, just a lot of people who are in shock and disbelief about the tragic events that occurred tonight. Very surreal. I'll tell you, it's very surreal feeling out here tonight. Making sure you are okay. What the gentleman said, what Jimmy said, that's the bottom line right now. People are checking on each other, especially in that neighborhood, since debris just flew everywhere and people didn't know what was going on. But people taking care of people, that's what it's all about right now in this horrific situation.
And Siafa, you mentioned, it's tough to hear these details, but you mentioned that that individual you spoke with saw human remains out there at the scene. We're still waiting for confirmation from officials as to the fatalities, but the images are just horrific at this point. Siafa, describe for us the feeling in that community right now as people are waiting to hear, from officials the details as to whether there are any survivors and the injuries that people on the ground may have suffered.
Well, I've now spoken to 2 individuals tonight who say that they have seen human remains, and I, immediately asked them if they're okay, off camera. Are you okay? How are you going to be? And I think the natural reaction, and they say, yeah, I'm going to be fine, but how do you really know how you're going to feel about something that horrible, in the days and weeks that come to pass? So it's, I don't wish that on anybody, having to witness that. You watch movies and you're so desensitized to things of that nature, but to actually witness that in real life, perhaps blocks from where you live, I cannot even begin to imagine what that does to a person. And it's so tragic. And it just happened about a mile from us right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That brings to mind a little boy that Carrie talked to. I believe his name was Declan. He said he saw the plane go down. He saw the lights. He saw the lights on it. He didn't know if they were just general lights on the plane. He didn't see any flames on the plane, but he just saw lights in the plane coming down. And he looked like he was 10 years old. That's something that he will remember probably for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that's got to shake you to your core. Our Josh Sanders also at the scene. Josh, earlier you were telling us that Governor Josh Shapiro was on his way to provide any details that he could share with us. Tell us what you know.
Yeah, just got another update from the governor's office. He should be here in another 10 minutes. They're just working logistics on getting the governor here to obviously, tell everyone just what he knows and if he's been in touch with the White House. I have spoken to a source in the White House who says the president is en route to Palm Beach right now, Florida, and I'm working to get details to see if the President Trump has indeed been briefed on the situation here. I was touched earlier when I believe Joe Holden said this was a Friday night. This was a Friday night 3 hours ago. A very busy area here. People getting ready for probably a much-needed weekend after the week that this entire country has had in light of what's happened earlier this week in our nation's capital. And now you have this, and we do know that there were 6 souls, 6 people on that plane, that medical flight headed to Missouri. We don't know how many fatalities. You heard from Mayor Sherrell Parker here about 25-30 minutes ago, giving us some basic information of what they know right now. But one of the biggest things that I heard the mayor echo and continue to encourage people is if you aren't involved in this area, if you don't live here, if you're not a first responder or someone who needs to be here, don't be here right now. Don't be here right now, because there is so much information that they're gathering. We talked about the debris field. Where we are right now, our crew, we're obviously on the other side of Roosevelt Boulevard, where there's a number of media outlets here waiting to hear from Governor Josh Shapiro and officials. And, when I got here, I was about a 10-15 minute walk away from here. I couldn't get here on with the car. I had to walk here. And what I saw was, again, where the plane had made impact, a couple row homes that were affected, where there was that fire that fire officials had put out. And you could see debris 30, 40, 50 yards away in the Macy's, the Ross, the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. And again, just not having any details, but broadly just speaking with one law enforcement official that just said there could be remains of those that were impacted by this crash throughout that parking lot and throughout this area as they continue to investigate. So again, just to go back, we should hear from Governor Josh Shapiro, I'm told, in about 10 minutes. Obviously we will continue to, let you guys know and let everybody watching us right now when that happens, because I'm sure that the governor is going to want to, share what he knows right now and express, where his heart is, where his mind is right now. Just as everyone, this is a very surreal moment for many people. Yeah. And guys, I am seeing some movement when it comes to some of these, some of the officers. So I'm wondering if they're getting ready to have the governor come over here. I'm going to toss it back to you because I want to get this mic set up and get us ready for that. All right,
Josh, you go ahead and get set up, and we will get back to you. We have a number of reporters there at this tragic scene. And
our Siafa Lewis, he is one of the people live at the scene for our team there. And Siafa, we understand you have somebody who can speak to more about what happened, who saw what went down there tonight.
Yeah, Janelle and Yuki, we're still in Bustleton, just off of Cottman, and these two gentlemen, co-workers and I believe friends, were walking by and wanted to share something with us. This is Lewis, right?
Yep.
All right. Tell us what you saw tonight, Lewis.
We were just driving around and came through the clouds pretty much, just out of nowhere, and it just dive bombed straight to the ground. It was pretty crazy. It, almost, you could say, it looked pretty intentional because planes just don't fall out of the sky like that. You know what I mean?
And you saw the fireball?
Yeah, I saw the fireball and everything. I was right up the road pretty much, and it was pretty insane, you know what I mean?
I had a woman tell me a little while ago that the intensity of the brightness in the sky was unlike something she'd seen in quite some time. Can you add anything to that? How bright was the sky?
Yeah, it was, it just lit up, big mushroom cloud that you can see for a couple of seconds. Obviously, it caused a lot of damage. There's a lot of cops here and everything like that. But yeah, it's just out of this world, you know what I mean? You don't see that every day, especially in a big city like this.
Sure. Braden, from your perspective, what can you add?
I mean, it looked like it was falling for a little while because it came out of the clouds going in a straight nosedive, and the second it came through the clouds, it was probably only another second before it hit the ground, and it basically turned the night today.
Did you guys immediately leave the scene? Not the scene, but the area. What happened next?
We moved closer. We wanted to see the action.
See what happened, you know what I mean? Make sure everybody's all right.
And what did you see at that point?
At that point, it was just, cops were very responsive. They were here right away. A lot of people, just a lot of, carnage almost, you can say. Just a lot of terror.
Was there a lot of chaos? People running around?
Yeah, people running around. Just looking for a place to go. Make sure there's nothing else happening. You know what I mean?
And why are you guys still out here so many hours after the fact?
Just like we said, we might get a call, come back, check it out, everything like that.
All right, you guys stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you, guys. So again, two more gentlemen who witnessed this horrible tragedy, and you can tell from their demeanor, also very sullen. It's just a lot to take in.
It really is. It really is. And when he said it turned the night into day, that really hit me. That explosion must have been massive.
And the fear, the terror, people not knowing what happened as they saw that fireball just explode in the sky there. Siafa Lewis with those eyewitness accounts. Siafa, thank you so much for
Appreciate it, Siafa. I believe Joe Holden is back with us on the phone now. Joe?
Hi, guys. And before we even play this video, I just want to give some context. So the two interviews that Siafa just had are about as good a description of an eyewitness account as you could get, because what you're about to watch exactly syncs up with what they described. You see at a door of a row home in Northeast Philadelphia, a husband and wife, a couple, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever they are, forgive me for the assumption, interacting. There's a wind chime playing. We don't have the sound, but there in the clouds is a searchlight.
And we're watching along with you, Joe, as you see that huge just light flare up in the air as the plane nosedives to the ground there. And you can see the shock on their faces as well.
The gentleman looks like he hears something.
Yeah.
And then he turns around, and that's what happened. Wow.
He hears the roar, the throttle of that Learjet's engines, and then the successive explosions. I count 3 to 4 as impact happens. Let's watch here.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Right, 2, 3, and then somewhat of a fourth here. And I am on a delay watching this over a monitor, but again, you hear it down to wind chimes, and they're talking, and then this.
And just like the gentleman said, it did turn night into day with that massive explosion, and we saw the video, it turned into a mushroom cloud as well.
And you saw them go back inside, probably wondering what just happened here. What was that exactly? All of the people in that area wondering what happened. As we continue to get more details, we do want to note our Josh Sanders said he was in touch with some of his sources at the White House who say that President Trump is actually on his way to Florida. But the president did post a statement on his social media platform, Truth Social, saying, quote, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all." That coming from President Trump this evening.
It's been 3 hours. The moment of impact was recorded on a Ring camera roughly at 6:07. The first calls went out at 6:12 of a plane down in Northeast Philadelphia, just in front of the Roosevelt Mall in Northeast Philly. Row home shook. A debris field of fire was seen throughout, a long strewn debris field, and this is the result. We are 3 hours now into our coverage as investigators are on the scene right now, trying to make sure, first of all, people are okay, the people that were affected, because there were early reports of people being injured. Here's the part of the Roosevelt Mall, a pharmacy there, and we're looking past the mall, and the flames behind the mall. That's just unbelievable. It's been quite a night here in our city.
And the debris just spewing across that neighborhood there. We're told that some parts of the plane are believed to have hit cars. We see some of those row homes on fire. And at this point, we're still waiting for an update from officials as to how many people on the ground were injured.
And Mayor Parker just spoke just a short time ago. And here's, if you're just joining us, here's some of what she said.
An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue. This occurred shortly after 6 p.m. this evening. As of right now, we have no reports on the number of fatalities. So right now we're just asking for prayers for any and everyone who may have been affected. We do want to note that several dwellings and vehicles were impacted. So what are we asking you to do for us right now, Philadelphia? We're urging you to please stay away from the scene. If you see debris, call 911. Don't touch anything. This is still an active scene under investigation. I'm proud to note that all of our federal and state partners, they are either en route here or on the ground with us right now. We did see some neighbors who live in the surrounding community. Just stay in your home. Again, it's still an active scene and it's under investigation.
Mayor Parker with an emotional plea, once again, to please stay away from this, as this plane, a Learjet, goes down just after 6 o'clock this evening, almost 3 hours ago. The investigation continues, and as the mayor said, if you're in that area, or even if you're not in that area and are curious, please don't go. Please don't go. Let the authorities do what they have been trained to do and begin this investigation.
And as you can imagine, this is a challenge for investigators, sort of assessing where exactly the debris fell, what homes were impacted, how many people were hurt or injured. Our Carrie Corrado, she's been on the scene following this all for us. Carrie, what can you tell us?
We actually just saw the FBI here on scene. There was a group of them walking around. We also saw the Red Cross here. They have been going up to a lot of people who are standing around here, telling them if your home was affected, that there are SEPTA buses here to help them and give them some shelter until they can figure everything out. So there's a lot of help out here. Like I mentioned earlier, it's all hands on deck. Every firefighter, every police officer is out here trying to help these people who were affected. I did speak with a man who says he saw the explosion after the crash and then he got out of his car and ran. It seems like a lot of people were in the area, and when it happened, they just took off and left their cars there. I also spoke to a few people who saw the plane coming down, and then a lot of people who live nearby and say their houses shook. But this entire area is gridlocked. It's extremely hard to get around here. Streets and roads are blocked off. We were rerouted all over the place. It's also raining. The rain is starting to pick up, so this has definitely been pretty tough for these investigators to go around and process the scene and evidence. But overall, neighbors out here concerned, worried for each other, and just hoping everybody is okay from all of this.
And Carrie, can I ask you, we heard the mayor make that urging residents in that area to stay inside. Are you seeing that people are heeding that warning at this point?
Not so much. A lot of people are standing on the outskirts of the yellow police tape, and they're really just trying to figure out what's going on. They want answers. Many of them have their cell phones out, filming whatever they see. Keep in mind, this is a heavily populated area, so there's a lot of businesses, homes, and people shop around here. So a lot of people were here at this time and have videos of all of this and have been sharing videos of all of this. So we just swung the camera around so you could see here are some people just standing on the other side of this yellow police tape, really just trying to figure everything out. Many of them sharing stories with me of things that they saw, asking me what I know. So a lot of questions out here. But again, like I mentioned, everyone just wants everyone to be okay. But if we actually point the camera over, I can show you, I can see a lot of investigators over in the parking lot of some of these restaurants. We can see FBI. It seems like a group of them. It's a checkpoint where all of them are gathering, trying to get the information right and figure out their next move. So we're seeing a lot of that. But as you can also see, the rain's starting to pick up.
Right.
So it's definitely been difficult as they try to process all of this.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Carrie, I can see the rain behind you beating on the asphalt there. That looks to be have slowed the investigation down a little bit, or at least the movement anyway.
Absolutely. I mean, it starts to pick up throughout the night. A lot of these police officers, investigators, FBI, they're on scene trying to collect evidence. They're trying to process all of this in the rain. So it definitely makes things a lot more difficult. But as you can see, look at all these police officers, the flashing lights. Every police officer's out here. Every firefighter's out here trying to make sure everyone's okay. So it's definitely a team effort.
All hands on deck for sure. All right, Carrie, you stand by. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Once again, you're watching live coverage. A plane has crashed near Cottman Avenue and the Roosevelt Boulevard in front of the Roosevelt Mall. It happened just after 6 o'clock. 6 people on board, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient who we understand was a child patient, and a family member. They were on the Learjet 55. That's a private medical transport plane going from Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri.
And we did hear from the owner of the plane, and the statement that they released to us earlier this evening stated that they could not confirm whether there are, in fact, any survivors. But you have to imagine, Yuki, watching that fireball. You can only imagine what happened on that flight.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And we're watching the coverage. As I mentioned, the rain was coming down pretty good, and the FBI and a lot of police officers were just, you can tell by their body language, things have slowed down just a little bit as far as their investigation. I'm sure they're going to get right back to it. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and the mood there is so somber.
Oh, yeah, somber.
So
somber.
Siafa was telling us earlier that one of the witnesses he spoke with actually saw some human remains. So while we have not heard confirmation from authorities, this certainly is a tragic situation here.
And you're watching videotape right now. I just want to put that out there as well of what happened earlier. We got a call maybe about an hour and a half ago that the majority of these fires, probably all of them, are under control and have been put out. And it is, once again, raining right now, Grant, and as we mentioned, that has probably slowed the investigation down a bit, but the rain is falling.
Yeah, rain's falling, and I've been looking back at the conditions around the time of the plane crash and then looking at the conditions now because you want to see what were those weather conditions at the time of the crash. This is the radar right at the time we're hearing at 6:07 earlier this evening. Temperatures coming from the airport there, the Northeast Philadelphia airport, we're at 48 degrees. I'm going to take it a little bit closer, so I'm going to put on the live radar right now. So live radar, you've got that yellow. Now I've made it a little more transparent so we can still see some of the topography, the streets and everything around there. That swipe that you just saw was a new scan of our radar. So we're dealing with probably some of the heaviest rain that we've had in the area. At least in Philadelphia and in the Northeast, that we've had pretty much all evening. At the time of the crash, the rain was almost a mist. At the airport, they report on the precipitation, the cloud cover, how high are the clouds and all that, and they were reporting a mist to just zero precipitation, and since then the rain has started to pick back up, and now it's a pretty steady rain. In fact, if we go back out to any one of our reporters that are on scene, you'll no doubt see that the rain is starting to come down, and that obviously is not good for the responders trying to get out there. They're battling the elements out there and the fires and the flames, but then now they're trying to fight some of the rain as well. The one good thing, though, is that those temperatures, while at the time of the crash were 48 degrees, they've warmed now up to around 51, 52 degrees. And an odd setup, right? I mean, not only to see 50s in January, but 50s in January going on 9/30. So I guess, the fact that it's relatively mild is a good thing.
So at the time of the crash, just after 6, the conditions were manageable. Is that what you're saying? Or do you think? What was it like at 6:07?
Well, I'll pull up another graph here, and this may be a lot to look at. Let me see if I can pull this up there. You can see this. All right, so the crash happened at 6:07. The report that we got right before the time of the crash from Northeast Philadelphia Airport was 48 degrees. Winds were out of the southwest around 10 miles per hour. With planes, you think, all right, was it really windy? Was there some sort of downburst? You hear about that with thunderstorms where there's a rapid drop in wind speeds coming from the storm. That's not the case. There was that light mist reported. And I think one thing that's notable that we probably all saw today was those overcast skies, the really low cloud cover, especially through the second half of the day, around 400 feet. That's all those clouds were. So it was a very low cloud cover. And then right after the crash, no precipitation reported at the airport. Overcast skies at 600 feet. That was at 6:14. So the clouds were very low. And from what we've been able to learn from looking at some of the flight tracking information, the plane climbed up to around a little higher than 1,200 feet. So it was well up into those clouds. And then obviously we've seen the video of the plane descending rapidly at that 45-degree angle. I mean, you've heard some people say that it was almost going straight down. I mean,
right,
just
like a 45-degree angle.
It was like a nosedive.
Right.
Yeah, it
was
really
a
was.
nosedive to the ground there.
You look at some of this, and the last reported ground speed of this plane was 242 knots. So you convert that to miles per hour, and that would convert to 278 miles per hour at the last report of that plane. And these planes take off at roughly 150, 170 miles per hour. So it was obviously supposed to be climbing at that point, but when it starts to descend, the acceleration is only going to increase even more because of gravity, right?
This impact happened less than 5 miles away, so it happened quickly.
And the fact that this plane had just taken off, we can presume that it was fully fueled. And with all of that fuel, that explains why there was such a huge fireball upon impact there.
Our Joe Holden was mentioning it could have been like possibly 7,000 pounds. It was fully of jet fuel.
Yes.
Of jet fuel.
Yes.
And then once again, the result of that, what you're looking at right now, that massive fireball and subsequent mushroom cloud that came up.
Wow. And again, the company that owns that jet rescue air ambulance, this was a medical flight. They say that they cannot confirm any survivors at this point. They say the names are not being released until family members of those 6 people on board are notified of what happened.
The FAA, NTSB, everyone will be on the scene trying to figure this all out. This tragic incident that happened at 6:07 tonight. First reports came out at around 6:12. We went on the air just before 6:30, 6:25-ish or so, and we've been on the air ever since, trying to explain what has happened in Northeast Philadelphia near Cottman and the Boulevard. A Learjet goes down with 6 people on board. 6 people on board. This medical transport flight headed to Springfield, Missouri, barely getting off the ground before it came crashing down.
It was just minutes after takeoff that this plane went down. And as we've been showing you these images, for those of you who are just joining us, you can see this is a pretty big debris field. As emergency responders got to the scene here, there were pockets of fire throughout this Northeast Philadelphia neighborhood near Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. Yuki, you were saying earlier, fire officials say that those flames, for the most part, are out at this point, but what you can imagine they're doing right now is surveying which homes were impacted, who may have been inside of those homes at the time, trying to get an account of, who may have been hurt. So all of that, we're still waiting for an update from investigators. As we understand, the Governor Josh Shapiro, is on his way to the scene.
And we have some, I understand, some audio now. Our news team is working very hard in the back, and they're telling me that we have audio from air traffic control. And Jeff, we can play that right now.
Position 765. We have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out. For now, the field is going to be closed.
Looks like there might have been an accident near Northeast Philly Airport. They are closing the airport indefinitely.
And that's where we stand right now. The airport, of course, is closed indefinitely while this investigation continues late into the night. And it's going to be some time, a long time, before any answers will be revealed.
Yeah, this investigation just getting underway. We saw members of the FBI, we understand the ATF, the NTSB, they are all on the ground at this point as they are trying to collect evidence because the debris flew all over. And we heard from the mayor there. She said, if you see any plane parts, anything from this crash, you are to call authorities and have them come to the scene to handle and assess the situation. That's right.
Do not touch it if you're watching us from home, because you can tell from that explosion, debris could be everywhere.
That's right.
Everywhere.
That's right. And the fact that, you can only imagine after impact, the heat from the parts of the plane that may have fallen to the ground there. So it's not something that you want to mess with, and certainly want to listen to authorities at this point.
This was talking about listening. I think this is the video. If we can, I'll stop talking and we can turn this up. Just the reaction of the people from this home in their Ring camera. Let's just play this, and if we can turn it up a little bit and hear what they saw and heard.
Oh my goodness, to hear that.
How about it?
Just, your heart is pounding. And
No
you
doubt.
can imagine those people who were there in person watching it. She says, oh my gosh, it was a plane. You know, they can't believe what they're seeing. And as we've been saying, this week for the country has been a tough one, given the fact that it was just a couple of days ago, you know, we saw that plane go down in Washington, D.C. And to see this, you know, everybody is just on edge watching these images coming from our own community here in Northeast Philadelphia tonight.
And just after 9:30, 9:32, once again, we are following this horrific accident in Northeast Philadelphia. If you are looking for local programming, that is on Philly 57 right now. Local programming on Philly 57 as we continue to follow the news and the breaking news of this plane crash near Cottman and the Roosevelt Boulevard in front of the Roosevelt Mall that happened just after 6 o'clock this evening. We've been on the air for quite a while now. We have a couple of reporters on the scene just gathering information as to who saw what, when, just getting their interpretation of what happened, and you can see the end result right here. Once again, these fires are out. It is raining now, and the fire department called us a little over an hour ago and told us the fires are under control. But this was the scene earlier this evening on your Friday night, a busy Friday night in this community. Many row homes that people have called in and said just shook. The glass in the windows started to shake. It was unbelievable, something they will remember for a long time.
And not only homes, this is a densely populated area, but it's also a commercial area. This is right near the Roosevelt Mall. As we've been saying, it was a Friday night. People maybe out with their families. This was around 6 o'clock in the evening. People returning home from work, returning home from after-school activities. So you can only imagine the fear, the shock, watching that explosion happen on the ground there, and now the aftermath. You see on your screen images as first responders were just arriving to assess the situation, assess the injuries, and try to figure out what happened here.
Some people are telling us it was and still is, a very graphic scene. Numerous buildings and cars were on fire earlier. We haven't had any reports of those cars being put out now as far as the fire, but I'm sure they have if the other fires are out as well. The fire department is on the scene, as well as the police department, the FBI, the NTSB, the FAA. They're all there trying to figure this all out. And
in addition to that, the Red Cross is also on the scene. Disaster workers, we understand, are there to help people who were displaced. And our Carrie Corrado, she's there as well. Carrie, you're at an intersection where we can see a lot of emergency personnel there behind you. What do you know at this point?
You know, I heard you mention the Red Cross. Those volunteers were going around, so all of the people standing out here in the rain, telling them if their house was affected, that they have SEPTA buses that they can go to take shelter because of the elements, and then they will get help from there. So they're going around just checking on everybody. On the other hand, we have police officers here, firefighters here. Everywhere you look, you can see emergency responders out here trying to help. I also saw the FBI. We saw a group of them walking by, but if we zoom in, I can kind of show you a little bit what we're seeing from our vantage point. Just emergency responders and police vehicles lining the roads. Everywhere you go, like I mentioned, you can see them. I spoke to one man. He said he could see the plane falling from the sky. I spoke to another man who says he saw a big fireball. Other people told me they were in their cars when the plane came down. They just got out of their cars and ran. Other people said that they were in their house kind of far away from the crash, but the impact shook their house. They said it almost felt like an earthquake or something, or someone was banging on their door, making all the stuff shake on their walls. So a lot of witness accounts out here. Many people were out here when this happened. Keep in mind, this is a very busy area. There are businesses, shops, people's homes. So a lot of people were here when this happened. Many of them are sharing their videos with us. A lot of them captured majority of it on their phones. So overall, police are here really just trying to figure everything out. The rain is letting up just a little bit, but very messy conditions out here as they try to process this scene.
Yeah, the rain, I'm sure, making it challenging for
no question.
Emergency personnel out there tonight. Carrie Corrado, thank you so
Carrie.
much for
Appreciate it. Let's go back to Joe Holden. He's on the phone. Joe, good evening. What more can you tell us?
Yuki, Janelle, good evening once again. I know that police have now established their command post inside the Macy's department store, which is in the Roosevelt Mall, which is where this plane nosedived, crashed just after 6 o'clock tonight. Something I've been pressing my sources on is number of transports and possible arrivals at hospitals and other details that sadly are very common when in the hours after something like this, we start to have a better grasp on. Something different about this is that we're not getting that information as quickly as I think we're somewhat accustomed to. So I wanted to share with our viewers that we are working on those details, but some things are just not clear right now. The immense area that this has affected, whether it is debris or that it has been eyewitness, this is a night that has changed that neighborhood in Northeast Philadelphia. And as we begin to, again, continue to work our sources, we are trying to make sense of this tragedy and the sequence of events that began at Northeast Philadelphia Airport, a medical plane with someone presumably in need of acute medical attention and care. It leaves the ground in Philadelphia, and then in a short few moments later, it comes down violently and creates a scene that went from night to day, according to our eyewitnesses and the video accounts and stories that people have been all too kind to share with us to help us understand better. So I'm continuing to work my sources, and I hope to have something substantive for you when we talk next.
Joe, thank you. Thank you so much. We're getting information from all over the country right now. We want to go to aviation expert and CBS correspondent Chris Van Cleve. Chris, on the national end, what have you heard about this incident that happened here in Philadelphia?
Well, we know the president has been briefed. We know that the Secretary of Transportation is tracking this. He has tweeted that there were 6 people on board. We understand that to be the 2 pilots, 2 medical professionals, a pediatric patient, and likely a relative of that patient. We know the NTSB is almost assuredly going to investigate this accident. They investigate any fatal aviation accident, so we expect they will be sending investigators to the scene. One of the things that they'll work to determine, the Lear 55 is an older airplane. It may or may not be equipped with the black boxes that we think of when we think of an aviation crash. Many Lear jets do have some data recorder. They'll look to try to determine if they can locate that. Obviously, something went horrifically wrong shortly after this plane took off.
Chris, if there is no black box, that will, I would assume, hamper this investigation a great deal. Your thoughts?
Well, certainly the more data an investigator can have, the better. But they have been able to investigate accidents in aircraft that don't have data recorders or don't have voice recorders. There will be evidence amongst the wreckage that will be able to help guide them in what may have happened. At the very least, what they'll be able to start doing is understanding what did not go wrong. It's clear the jet had power, so they'll be able to look at what's left of the engines and likely determine whether they were operating at the point of impact. So that yes, you can solve an investigation even if there are not data recorders, a black box, a voice recorder.
Chris, what do you make of the fact that this plane went down at the angle that it did? The video that we've been showing shows it going nosediving, essentially at a 45-degree angle. The fact that it went down so quickly after takeoff.
Well, I'd be speculating as to what happened after takeoff. It certainly appears to be a situation where the pilots were not in control of the airplane. So, what could cause a situation like that? Investigators will want to know if the airplane stalled. Did something happen on the flight deck to one of the pilots? Could there have been a medical emergency? There's all kinds of things that could have gone wrong. It appears clear for the plane to come out of the sky like a missile like that, that something led to a loss of control, a loss of normal flight.
So your professional opinion, this could be a very, very long investigation.
And TSB investigations typically last about a year. Generally speaking, answers come, but they don't come quickly, and everybody wants to know right now. That's one of the frustrating parts for people, I think, when they're waiting for an NTSB investigation is, they'll tell you what they see fairly quickly when they get on scene, like we're seeing playing out here in Washington, D.C. right now. They'll tell us what they know. They're not going to know a lot right away. And then it'll be 30 days or so, and then we'll get a preliminary report. That'll be a statement of facts. That'll be what they know at that point. We'll draw no conclusions. And then the final conclusions won't be drawn until that report is done. That typically is a year.
And what complicates this, Chris, is the fact that this accident occurred in a very densely populated area of the Northeast Philadelphia community there, and there is quite a wide debris field as well. So that's something else that investigators will be dealing with as they start collecting evidence and collecting the debris.
The NTSB is very good at what they do. So I think what is most remarkable when you look at where this plane came down and the way it came down, and the amount, the size of the explosion we saw related to this plane, there's a lot of fuel on board clearly, is that it came down, largely it appears in a street. Think about if that's a row of row homes, if that's an apartment building, we are talking about a much different tragedy.
Wow. Unbelievable. Chris, stand by real quick, as I just want to review with our viewers that 6 people, as you mentioned, were on the plane. 6 people, 2 pilots, a child patient, and a family member. And we've just confirmed that juvenile patient finished treatment in Philadelphia and was going to be transported back to Mexico. I just wanted to pass that on.
Just heartbreaking to hear these details. And we also have some new pictures as we talk with you, Chris, from State Representative Jared Solomon, showing the aftermath of the scene here. And Chris, I don't know if you can see what we're seeing, but there are the shells, charred shells of what were cars on the ground here, cars that caught fire after the plane crashed to the ground. And we're told that there are a number of injuries from people who were on the ground at the time that the plane went down as well.
Chris, would you have any idea of how many pounds of jet fuel would be on a Learjet 55 like this? You said it was an older model. I think we had reports earlier that if it was full, it could be something like 7,000 pounds.
That sounds in the realm of possibility. I mean, the Lear can also have an external fuel tank. But yeah, you had thousands of pounds of fuel most likely on that airplane. It was gearing up for, a flight towards a long flight for that airplane.
Wow.
And as we were looking at these new images and video coming into our newsroom from some of our viewers who were there at the scene, we're seeing businesses that look as though they were pretty badly damaged as well, in addition to these cars, those homes that caught fire. Chris, tell us, the NTSB now on the ground. We also know the ATF, they're there too. What would be the first steps? At this point, we know first responders are still assessing injuries, trying to account for people in those homes. But what will be the first step for NTSB investigators tonight?
Well, the NTSB will wait until it's clear that there is no one in immediate danger, that people that have been accounted for, that there aren't injured that need to be treated. So once that active first responder emergency scene has been handled, they'll take over. What they're going to want to understand is, and they should be able to get this information, was that plane equipped with a cockpit voice recorder, a cockpit data recorder? If yes, they're going to want to try to find the section of that airplane where those devices would be. Those devices are designed to go through a crash, so they can get beaten up pretty badly and still yield information. So you'd want to find that as quickly as you can, and then they're going to want to look at whatever other, what they would call perishable evidence, might be there. Things that you need to collect quickly. And from there, then you can start a methodical forensic investigation. They will likely take the wreckage somewhere and go through it.
Could you stress the importance of what our mayor has said as far as when it comes to finding and seeing any evidence in the debris field, not to touch it, but to call authorities?
Yeah, think about it basically as any part of that airplane is part of what amounts to a CSI episode. You know, they need to know what that piece is, and that could be a crucial piece. So, you know, they don't touch it. Notify the police. They will send somebody to get it.
And Chris, as you're talking, we are watching again this just horrifying video of the plane going down and that fireball in the sky. This happened just after 6 o'clock tonight in Northeast Philadelphia.
Chris, we appreciate your reporting both with us now and, of course, after that mid-air collision over the Potomac River. Thank you, and we will, of course, get back to you.
Sure thing.
All right, Chris. Thank you so much. Chris Van Cleve from our CBS correspondent.
That's right.
Wow.
So we were hearing earlier that the Governor Josh Shapiro, he's on his way to the scene. We're expecting to hear from him minutes from now. But if you are just joining us, it is now 9:47 on this Friday night. It's now been about 3.5 hours since this first unfolded. We got reports of this plane that was taking off from Northeast Airport in Philadelphia, heading for Missouri, a medical flight with 6 people on board, a child who was the patient, one of the child's family members, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, when that plane went down, crashing near Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. The owners of the plane company, telling us that they cannot at this point confirm whether there were any survivors from this crash. It does not sound good. They say they are still waiting to notify family members of those who were on board.
And again, we have just confirmed that a juvenile patient finishing treatment in Philadelphia was on that plane with a family member and 2 doctors and 2 pilots, and that child was going to be transported back to Mexico. Then this happened after 6 o'clock this evening. Moments after takeoff, this Learjet 55 crashes to the ground on a 45-degree angle. Very, very early, no answers right now. Investigators, the NTSB, FAA, will be on the scene trying to figure this all out. Why something like this happened just moments after takeoff.
And this is a tragedy on just so many levels. I mean, you know, for this child who had just, you know, we have some of the best children's hospitals here in Philadelphia. This child from Mexico, you can imagine finishing their treatment, their family member probably eager to get home back to their loved ones there. And for this to happen, as their families wait for news, maybe not even realizing what happened. And then also for those who are on the ground here, we're not sure how many people who were in that Northeast Philadelphia community at the time, how many of them may have been injured. But as we've been hearing from our reporters who have been working their sources, who have been speaking with witnesses at the scene, it sounds like the outcome here was grim tonight.
Wow. We're still waiting for officials to get back with this. As you mentioned, Governor Shapiro will be speaking soon. He's on his way. The mayor has spoken already. I'm sure she will return as well. But this is what they will be discussing. This is what they will be discussing. This horrific accident that happened this evening on Friday night, a busy Friday night in this Northeast Philadelphia community, right in front of the mall, the Roosevelt Mall, near the entrance. And then moments after takeoff, just after 6 o'clock. 6:07, one Ring camera reported. And here's a family that heard something, turned around,
and you see them. And to clarify, the flight was going from Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri, but the child was being treated here in Philadelphia, and it was eventually going to be transported to Mexico, according to the sources who have been communicating with us. But it is just heartbreaking, Yuki, especially after the week that the country has had with the crash outside of Washington, D.C., and now to see this right here in our own backyards as we look at these images on the screen right now, the fire in that community. And you can only imagine the fear and the concern and how frightened the people might have been on the ground. We heard people screaming as they saw this. We're looking live now at the mayor, the governor, and the police commissioner about to come up to the microphones here as we are going to get an update from them on the situation at this point. Let's take a listen.
Again, for joining us. I want to give a quick recap of the information we shared earlier, and then we will give you some additional facts. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue, and it did occur shortly after 6 p.m. Again, we have no reports on the number of fatalities, so we are asking everyone for their thoughts and prayers for all who may have been impacted and affected by this tragedy. Several dwellings and vehicles were also impacted, and so we are urging people, particularly those families who live in the surrounding area, to please stay home if possible. If you see any debris, and those who are conducting the investigations have repeated consistently, please do not touch anything because it is still an active investigation. Just call 911, please, if you see anything. Investigators and all of our federal, state, and local partners are working as expeditiously as possible during this very difficult time. New information that we want to share with you, that shelter is now available at the Samuel Fells High School located at 5500 Langdon Street. Samuel Fells High School, 5500 Langdon Street. If anyone has been impacted and you need shelter and support, it is readily available for you. In terms of our federal and state partners, I want to say a special thank you to the NTSB. They are here on site now. The FAA, the Pennsylvania State Police, Pennsylvania DEP, of course our police and fire departments, and OEM. I am here with Governor Shapiro. We've been in constant contact since it started. You'll be hearing from him shortly. But I also want to say a special thank you to our additional partners who we have spoken with, our federal leaders, U.S. Senators Fetterman and McCormick. Thank you so very much. All hands on deck. They wanted to make sure any and everything that we needed from the federal government, those supports and services are available. Congressman Evans, Boyle, and Scanlon, our congressional delegation, a special thank you to each of you for your support. I also need to affirm that locally here, Senator Joe Picozzi, Rep. Solomon, Reps. Nielsen, Doherty, who represents this area, and Bellman, Commissioner Dealey, and Council Member Driscoll was present. If there was ever a time when we needed to affirm what the One Philly philosophy means, the time is now, and I'm very proud about how our federal, state, and all of our local partners are working hard to deal with this tragedy. I now want to turn it over to our governor and to say thank you, Governor, for your support and being here with us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. The mayor preaches about One Philly. She talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together, and I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening. We know that there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city. We have, at the request of Commissioner Bethel, 45 state troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard,
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Emergency crews are responding to a small plane crash in northern Philadelphia. At least 2 people were on board, and police have reported others on the ground were injured. Multiple homes and cars in the area caught fire. CBS News transportation safety expert and analyst Robert Sumwalt joins us now. He's also former chair of the National Transportation Safety Board. Robert, very early on here, we're still getting information in. What will emergency crews and investigators be doing in these first stages?
Yeah, the biggest challenge right now is to extinguish the fire and make sure that the area is safe.
We know some of the conditions. It was rainy at the time. We also know that the crash happened only minutes after takeoff. We've been hearing coverage that means that the fuel tank will have been full. What else does that tell you?
Well, you're right. It's a big fireball. And so I think that, the challenge, of course, is going to be to find any black boxes that might be on board the airplane. And they can usually survive a big inferno, but that will be a challenge, I think, initially.
Of course, our viewers will be used to hearing talk of black boxes. Why is that so significant in an investigation like this?
If it's a cockpit voice recorder, it provides the most direct evidence of what's going on inside that cockpit. So that one is key. The flight data recorder records hundreds or thousands of flight parameters. And so both of those are critical to unlocking these mysteries.
Okay, important data there. So small plane crashes, we know, are a little more common than commercial crashes. This year, there was a crash in California last week. Days earlier, a single-engine plane crash in Nevada. Why do we see this happen more frequently?
Well, there's a different standard, regulatory standard, for commercial airlines versus general aviation. General aviation is everything other than military or airlines. So the regulatory requirements are not as stringent. The maintenance requirements may not be as stringent. The pilot training requirements may not be as stringent. So that is one factor, about three factors right there.
Okay. Some people may be watching this. They may be feeling very disconcerted. Obviously, this happening 2 days after such a tragedy happening near Washington, D.C. What is your message to people?
Well, flying certainly on an airline is very, very safe. And I say that in spite of the disaster that occurred 2 nights ago. Even general aviation, like we're dealing with here in this particular crash, is pretty darn safe. But be selective about who you're flying with. If you're going out for general aviation, make sure that you know who you're flying with and that the airplane is well maintained. I think those are important factors to consider.
Anything else you think we should know here on these initial stages?
Well, it is all initial. And so usually what I've found in my 15 years at the NTSB is that whatever we hear now is probably going to be inaccurate. So just let the facts settle down a bit, and then the facts will emerge.
Robert Sumwalt, thank you so much. I want to take you now to our local CBS coverage.
Child injured here. He got a car, went right over, got the child in the car, and blitzed out. That was a in-out.
Well, thank you for sharing your story with us.
You're very welcome.
So, Yuki, like I mentioned, there were a lot of people here when this happened. This is a very busy area. People live around here, work around here, shop around here. So there were a lot of witnesses who saw this moments after it happened.
The good rises over the bad. It was good to hear that. Carrie, thank you so much. Helping out, he said, that's who he is.
Yeah.
And that's what we do as a people.
People stepping up to
Indeed.
help in the time of need. All right. Our Siafa Lewis also at another location near the crash site there. Siafa, what are you seeing where you are right now?
Janelle and Yuki, we are at Cotman and Bustleton. Yuki, I spoke to you, 2.5 hours ago or so, and we showed you the massive presence, the police and fire response, and you can see how much it's died down, how many of the fire trucks have left, how many of the hazmat vehicles have left since then. So it feels as though it's dying down a lot right now from where it was a couple hours ago. The rain has also subsided for the most part. Listening to the gentleman that Carrie Carrata was just speaking to, he spoke to the gravity of the situation as a father having to see some of the things he saw tonight. A little while ago, we also ran into another gentleman, much younger gentleman, who also had to or was faced with the horrific situation and some of the things he saw. Let's listen to what he had to say right now.
First, I heard a loud boom, and I seen like the little spark out of my window. So I hurry up. I ran right over here to see what's going on. I just seen flames, smoke, and then I was chilling over there. And then I was with my friend and all that. We had seen like a little kid. He ran out the fire. I want to send my condolences out to anybody who lost their peoples and all that. For sure, it's just tragic. Definitely hurt. And it was crazy. Like me and my mom and my niece, we was just on the road 5 minutes before it happened, coming down off 95. Just on the road, and then 5 minutes later, then that's when that happened. So it was like, dang, that could have been us.
How do you feel about everything that you witnessed tonight?
Tragic. It hurt. Even though it wasn't none of my people that got hurt and all that, it still hurt. It's crazy.
That young gentleman did not want to share his name with us, but he also shared some of the horrific things that he saw. We did not share that with all of our viewers tonight, but again, it just speaks to the gravity of this situation here in the Northeast tonight and what the residents here, many of them unfortunately had to face with and had to see tonight. And that doesn't even speak to the tragedy of those involved who lost their lives tragically tonight.
Yes, Siafa Lewis. And as the mayor shared during that news conference a short time ago, they do not have the number of fatalities at this point, but the governor saying we know there will be loss.
That young man said it in 2 words: tragic, and it hurts. And it does. Siafa, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to check in, I believe, now with Josh Sanders, who's standing by near the scene as well. Josh?
Yuki, good evening. Yeah, we obviously just heard from Mayor Sherrell Parker and Governor Josh Shapiro. One thing that struck me about the governor and what he shared is this is an example, a tragic example, but it really the heart of Philadelphia is with us right now when it comes to neighbors helping neighbors. The Governor Josh Shapiro said that he hasn't been in contact with the newly appointed Transportation Secretary Duffy, that there are 45 state troopers here. There are 25 members of PennDOT. He shared that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is here and behind the city of Philadelphia with resources and whatever they need. Obviously, you did just say that, Mayor Parker, we don't have details on how many people, in fact, how many victims there are. We know that, again, 6 people on that plane headed to Missouri. But, me just listening to the sound from Carrie and Siaf of people that they've talked to. Obviously, we've been here waiting for just officials to give us update, but you really get a sense of what people are going through right now. This is a very surreal moment. They are just taking everything in. They are shocked right now with what's going on. And obviously the video that we've seen throughout the night, the past, going on 4 hours now, a video that we've seen of what transpired here 4 hours ago. This is a tough night for our city, but to have Mayor Parker, to have the governor here, to have the support of the Commonwealth, and also to know that the President of the United States has been briefed as well, and that everyone is sharing their thoughts and prayers. Also, I think an important note: we don't know how many people have been impacted, right? But Mayor Sherrell Parker did say that anyone affected, there is a shelter at Samuel Fells High School, and that's important for people to know. So if for some reason people are watching this right now, or they're talking to friends that they have been affected, that they need help, they need resources, that's where they should go, Samuel Fells High School. Guys, so it's, and again, Mayor Parker said that they would provide more updates when they have information to share. We will obviously be working with our sources to figure out when there will be information to share, and we'll obviously bring that to you. And right now you can see some of these engines coming through. This is all hands are on deck right now, and this not only impacts obviously the people that live here, it impacts these first responders. To see some of the looks in their faces and their eyes right now as they're taking everything in of what has happened here. Everyone is at a place right now where they're just, they're processing what's going on. But to go back to what our governor said, and I think this is the silver lining in all of this right now: neighbors helping neighbors. We have to show up, we have to show out, we have to be with each other right now, and provide that support. And again, I just want to echo this before I throw it back to you guys, what Mayor Parker said: if you don't need to be here, if you don't live here, if you have been affected here, you don't need to be here. You need to let first responders, officials, do what they have to do right now as they investigate and determine, what happened and how they can help people here. Guys.
Josh, I'm sure many of those first responders, male and female, are probably from that area. Right. And when I was growing up, that area, and it's called the Great Northeast. They will rise. They will rise.
All right, and now our Carrie Corrado standing by at another location near the crash site. Carrie, you were saying earlier that some of the emergency personnel has started to disperse from that area. What are you seeing right now?
That's right. And the rain has also let up, which is helping the investigation. But we've also been speaking with a lot of witnesses because keep in mind, a lot of people were here when this happened because they live, work, or were shopping around here. Joining me now is Norman. Norman, thank you so much for being with us.
Hi. It's nice to see you.
You saw the plane in the sky. You saw it coming down. Tell me what you saw.
The first thing you see, out of nowhere, it's not even in sight at first, and then out of nowhere, it's on an angle. You just... and then it just dropped, it didn't even drop normally, it was abnormal. You would think for a plane falling, no, it just straight down, and then I don't even know how to explain it in words. It was just so bad.
So describe to me, did you see a fireball? A lot of people tell me they saw an explosion.
Huge, you know how say if the U.S. was to drop a nuke on a smaller scale, that same mushroom cloud, yes, that same big fireball just. And then everything around it just started catching. After a little bit, everybody was nervous running through the streets. I didn't know how to feel. I was just calling people frantically. I'm shaking. I don't even it was a lot to handle. I'm just glad everybody that made it out. I'm so sorry. Like, I pay respects to the people that died. Rest in peace to those souls. I heard there was 6 people that were on that plane.
That'd be really hard for you to see. I know you're going through a lot right now. Can you describe to me, too, where people were running towards it to try to help? It was like neighbors looking out for neighbors. Is that what you saw?
Yes, it was a couple neighbors that I seen, like, trying to help other neighbors see what was going on in the area, because there's people that really care about each other over here, especially here. Like, I know all of Philly, like, you know, people get the wrong picture and stuff. People paint Philly, you know, to be this terrible place. No, like, people really do come together over here. This is really a place of brotherly love. I will say that, because in a crisis, everybody knows how to get together. Everybody, even through panic, all of that, everybody can get together and everybody can help one another, and that's what's a blessing.
Thank you so much for joining us
and
sharing that. So, Yuki, as you heard, neighbors were looking out for neighbors. Everyone was running there to try to help each other out.
That's what it's all about. That young man said it all. Said it all. Carrie, thank you. We're getting our first look at the debris up close. This plane part landed in the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. And you can see the medical symbol that marked the side of the plane just ripped to shreds. Powerful, powerful images. 6 people on that plane, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a child patient, and a family member. Just over 4 hours ago, going down after leaving the Northeast Philadelphia airport. That picture tells it all.
Yeah, that plane was heading for Missouri. The child, we understand, was being treated here in the Philadelphia area and was eventually going to be making their way back home to Mexico. And so the fact that this happened, it just breaks your heart. And seeing that shred of the airplane there just speaks to the impact when that plane went down. And as that witness Kerry was speaking to, as he described, you see that mushroom ball of fire in the sky just explode after the plane went down there. That piece of the plane, as Yuki, you just said, in the parking lot of the Roosevelt Mall.
And as the mayor said, if you see anything like this, if you're living in that area right now and watching us, if you see anything like this, please just call authorities. They will take care of it. The investigation is well underway. These are all vital pieces of trying to put this tragic story, this tragic puzzle, back together of why this happened just over 4 hours ago now. It's now 10:13. The plane, according to a Ring camera video, went down just less than 5 miles from the Northeast Airport after taking off at about 6:07 tonight. And here's the video of what happened from one angle, the plane going down on about a 45-degree angle. And as one witness told us earlier, as you can see right here, the explosion, the mushroom cloud turned night into day.
That's right. And the mayor saying several homes in this densely populated neighborhood of Northeast Philadelphia were impacted, several cars as well. And to your point, Yuki, there are plane parts there. This is a pretty wide debris field, we understand from our reporters on the scene. And the governor is saying that there may also be hazardous materials. So the Office of Emergency Management, they have personnel as well to make sure that people are not getting close to those things. And it's a dangerous situation at this point. So do not touch any of the plane parts or anything that you see debris-wise as related to this crash, as investigators are working to very much in the early stages try to piece this all together.
We were talking about the people on board, and we just learned that the patient, the child patient, was a little girl, a little girl on the plane.
It's really heartbreaking to hear. It's heartbreaking to hear. She was on board with a family member, 2 doctors, and 2 pilots making their way after she was being treated here in Philadelphia for medical issues, making their way to Missouri before she was eventually going to return home to Mexico.
I think you can see, if you look very closely at the top of the screen there on this Ring camera, that is the exact time that looks like. It looks like 6:07. Yeah, it is 6:07 when that plane went down. This afternoon, the calls went out at 6:12. Officials were on the scene. We went on the air at 6:25. We've been on the air ever since. And it's going to be a while before we get answers. As Chris Van Cleve from CBS News told us, this could take time, a long time, maybe even from 30 days to a year to figure out exactly what happened. Because this was, as he said, an older Lear jet that may or may not have had a flight data recorder on it. Now the task is underway to try to find that data recorder, but first and foremost, take care of anyone who was injured
And to
after tonight's crash, and to recover
anybody who may have lost their lives. As the mayor said, they do not have a number as to how many fatalities there may have been. The jet company, though, saying that they cannot, at this time, they told us in a statement, they cannot confirm whether there are any survivors. Right now, they say names will not be released until family members have been notified.
This has been quite a night. Quite a night.
Yeah.
But as I mentioned, when I was growing up, they called it, and they still call it, the Great Northeast. And we saw some shining examples of individuals who ran toward this accident to help people. They saw some things they didn't want to see.
Right.
That's for sure.
Our Carrie Corrado spoke with, I believe it was Carrie who spoke with one of the witnesses who said that he saw a child in a car who had gotten hurt, and he flagged down a police officer in a nearby Dunkin' Donuts location to get that child some help. We do understand that there were people on the ground who were hurt. Temple University confirming that 6 people were treated at the hospital. 3 of them were released. 3 are in fair condition. So that much we know at this point, but still, as investigators are continuing to work the scene and assess the injuries and any possible fatalities, still very much in the early stages for covering information there on the ground.
And again, you're looking at video that occurred about 3 hours ago when the flames were in full effect, but they have since been put out. And you saw some of the crews, the fire trucks, the engines behind our reporters that were slowly, looked like they were moving away, and now it's time for the NTSB, the FAA, and all the investigators to do their work as this tragic scene unfolds tonight in Northeast Philadelphia.
And to remind our viewers, right now the rain has let up a bit, but earlier on when we were speaking with some of our reporters, it was raining pretty heavily. So that also adding to the challenge for emergency responders on the scene as they were working to figure out and account for people on the ground who may have been hurt. As you're looking at this video from earlier tonight, you can see the fire affecting at least a few homes there, and then also that adjacent parking lot. Again, this is near the Roosevelt Mall, a densely populated area. It's a Friday night. People probably out with their families, returning home from work, sitting down to eat dinner. And to see this outside of your window, we saw that ring camera video of that man and woman look up in the sky and say, oh my gosh, it's a plane, in disbelief, seeing that fireball in the sky there. Here it is. You see his mouth drop as he turns and he sees it. And you hear that explosion. Yuki, you were saying you were hearing from someone who's in the neighborhood describing.
The neighbor said their house, it was like an earthquake. Their house just shook. The glass, the windows, it just shook. And you can see from this couple right here, they were getting out, and then they hear, you can tell right there, he hears a noise, he turns, and then bang, that happens. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my, then they immediately go back to where they were. But earlier, the mayor and the governor of Pennsylvania spoke about this incident. Let's play some of that right now.
I want to thank you all again for joining us. I want to give a quick recap of the information we shared earlier, and then we will give you some additional facts. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue, and it did occur shortly after 6 p.m. Again, we have no reports on the number of fatalities, so we are asking everyone for their thoughts and prayers for all who may have been impacted and affected by this tragedy. Several dwellings and vehicles were also impacted, and so we are urging people, particularly those families who live in the surrounding area, to please stay home if possible. If you see any debris, and those who are conducting the investigations have repeated consistently, please do not touch anything because it is still an active investigation. Just call 911, please, if you see anything. Investigators and all of our federal, state, and local partners are working as expeditiously as possible during this very difficult time. New information that we want to share with you, that shelter is now available at the Samuel Fells High School located at 5500 Langdon Street. Samuel Fells High School, 5500 Langdon Street. If anyone has been impacted and you need shelter and support, it is readily available for you. In terms of our federal and state partners, I want to say a special thank you to the NTSB. They are here on site now. The FAA, the Pennsylvania State Police, Pennsylvania DEP, of course our police and fire departments, and OEM. I am here with Governor Shapiro. We've been in constant contact since it started. You'll be hearing from him shortly. But I also want to say a special thank you to our additional partners who we have spoken with, our federal leaders, U.S. Senators Fetterman and McCormick. Thank you so very much. All hands on deck. They wanted to make sure any and everything that we needed from the federal government, those supports and services are available. Congressman Evans, Boyle, and Scanlon, our congressional delegation, a special thank you to each of you for your support. I also need to affirm that locally here, Senator Joe Picozzi, Rep. Solomon, Reps. Nielsen, Doherty, who represents this area, and Bellman, Commissioner Dealey, and Councilmember Driscoll was present. If there was ever a time when we needed to affirm what the One Philly philosophy means, the time is now, and I'm very proud about how our federal, state, and all of our local partners are working hard to deal with this tragedy. I now want to turn it over to our governor and to say thank you, Governor, for your support and being here with us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. The mayor preaches about One Philly. She talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together, and I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening. We know that there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city. We have, at the request of Commissioner Bethel, 45 state troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community. I also spoke earlier this evening with the United States Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy, who offered his full support to Northeast Philly. And as the mayor alluded to, he has dispatched 4 members of the FAA to Philly, and there are 4 members of NTSB on their way as well. We have all the resources that we need. And again, as the mayor always says, One Philly, we are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight in this very, very difficult moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all. When we have additional information to report, we will come back and give another briefing. But now we want to let our federal, state, and local partners do their jobs and go to work. We'll report back to you when we have more information. Thank you all so very much for your patience and understanding.
All right, you were just watching a news conference from Mayor Sherrell Parker and Governor Josh Shapiro. This was actually a short time ago that they were speaking. We were replaying what they had to say. The mayor saying that, as we've been reporting, they do not have a number of fatalities at this point, but the governor adding that we do know there will be loss in this tragic scenario. Also, we know the FBI, the FAA, and the NTSB just posting on X that an investigator is now on the scene here in Northeast Philadelphia tonight, and more team members are expected to arrive tomorrow.
It has been over 4 hours now since the reports came in. First, we heard of an explosion in fire near the Roosevelt Mall in Northeast Philly. Residents in that area reported their homes were shaking and a loud boom and an explosion. Then the video and these pictures started to come in. Debris fields of plane pieces. There was a crash of a Learjet carrying 6 people, including a child and a family member of that child. And that child, we're told, was a little girl. The governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, just described this as an awful aviation disaster. That's exactly what this is. Here's air traffic control.
Position 755. We have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out. For now, the field is going to be closed.
Looks like there might have been an accident near Northeast Philly Airport. They are closing the airport indefinitely.
And here it is. 6:07 tonight. Moments after this Learjet 55 took off from the Northeast Philadelphia airport, and then that fireball ensued. Many ring cameras, a lot of witnesses saw the aftermath, and you're looking at it as it happened just after 6 o'clock tonight, well over 4 hours ago. Now we want you to listen to this.
Just sheer terror, hearing that explosion, realizing that it was a plane that was going down. And you could hear the plane as it was just careening down towards the ground. You saw it in another angle from some other video that we have, going down at a 45-degree angle, essentially nose diving before exploding. And then we see that huge flash of light. As one witness was telling our reporter, it was like the night
turning into day.
As that bright light filled the sky with that fireball and just sending shockwaves around that Northeast Philadelphia community, people not knowing what was going on. Our Carrie Corrado was telling us earlier that some people were in their cars, this is near the Roosevelt Mall, just left their cars and ran because they did not know what was going on. Clearly people shaken and in fear as you see the sparks just fly out, the debris flying as the plane went down just minutes after takeoff.
Officials are on the scene right now, and doing what they do under the cover of darkness. But once the sun rises in a matter of hours, it's going to be a whole different story as far as the scene that we will be looking at. But they're doing what they do right now. Many of the fire officials and police officers, some of them, have left the scene, and you can tell by their body language. They're starting to walk away slowly now and letting the next phase take place. Members of the FBI are on the scene as well, the fire department as well. You're looking at a live picture right now, and we thank these men and women for doing all that they do in situations like this.
And just think about the challenges that these crews have been facing tonight. It's been rainy, it's damp, it's soggy at times. The rain was falling quite heavily. This is a wide debris field as well. Not only were there victims on board that flight, but we understand there were victims on the ground as well, as we saw homes on fire, we saw cars on fire. So at this point, there's no telling just how many people were injured, as officials are still trying to account for anybody who may have been impacted.
And many of the Philadelphians in that area were doing the best they could to help out, running to the scene to help people out the best way they can. And during that process, they saw some things they didn't want to see. They saw some things they did not want to see in an environment like this. I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
Yeah, it just breaks your heart.
It really does.
The governor saying we saw the best of Philly in this situation as neighbors were helping neighbors, stepping in to help. And right now you're seeing this is actually a portion of the plane that fell in the parking lot of the Roosevelt Mall. You can see the medical sign, and it looks like maybe a window or a door of the plane there. But that just speaks to the impact upon the plane falling to the ground, that it just burst apart, split apart into so many different parts as those people were on board that flight tonight.
Six people, 2 doctors, 2 pilots. A little girl who was a child patient who was, I guess I would imagine, I think we were told, receiving care here, and hopefully was on her way back to Mexico sooner, maybe tomorrow or so. But a family member of that little girl who was receiving the care was also on that plane. 6 people on that plane, and so far that is the only piece of that plane we have seen tonight, as that debris field, I'm sure, is very, very large.
It was a Learjet 55. It had taken off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. It was heading to Springfield, Missouri at the time when the plane went down, just moments after takeoff. As you mentioned, Yuki, 2 pilots were on board, and right now, obviously, they're just very early in the investigation, but you wonder, what happened? Our Chris Van Cleve, our CBS News transportation correspondent, was saying that clearly the pilots lost control of the aircraft, but why that happened will take some time, as investigators are just getting to the ground there tonight.
And there's a possibility, Chris also said, that since this was an older Learjet, there might not be, hopefully there might not be a flight data recorder.
Right.
But otherwise, if there is, it's going to be difficult to find, but the NTSB is very good at what they do. They will find it and hopefully start providing some answers as to what happened here, but it's going to take some time, according to Chris as well.
Right.
Some preliminary reports could come out in 30 days, and this investigation might not be figured out for a year or so.
As for tonight, Chris told us that the debris that you see on the ground there, that trail of debris from the plane, that will be ultimately collected by investigators as they start the process of piecing all of this together and figuring out what exactly went wrong. But because the plane had just taken off, officials saying it's safe to assume that it was fully fueled, and that only adding to that explosion, and why we see that huge mushroom cloud of smoke and fire.
Some 7,000 pounds of jet fuel, and then the mushroom cloud, as we saw, the explosion, and officials rushing to the scene.
For those who were on the ground there, as we've been saying, I mean, you just cannot imagine what was going through their minds watching all of this unfold, literally, right in their front yards here. Just feet away from some homes impacted. We know some homes were on fire, according to the mayor. Several cars were affected, but at this point, we're still waiting to hear whether or how many fatalities, according to the mayor, came out of this.
We are hearing from people who saw what happened, who were there in that area. Here's what one witness told us just a short time ago.
First, I heard a loud boom, and I seen like the little spark out of my window. So I hurry up. I ran right over here to see what's going on. I just seen flames, smoke, and then I was chilling over there. And then I was with my friend and all that. We had seen like a little kid. He ran out the fire. I want to send my condolences out to anybody who lost their peoples and all that. For sure, it's just tragic. Definitely hurt. And it was crazy. Like me and my mom and my niece, we was just on the road 5 minutes before it happened, coming down off 95. Just on the road, and then 5 minutes later, then that's when that happened. So it was like, dang, that could have been nice.
How do you feel about everything that you witnessed tonight?
Tragic. It hurt. Even though it wasn't none of my people that got hurt and all that, it still hurt. It's crazy.
The city of Philadelphia is a melting pot, and everyone coming together tonight for one cause: to help one another.
Yeah, and there has been a huge response. The mayor saying that Philadelphia's police commissioner, Commissioner Kevin Bethel, called for help from state police. So we understand there were 45 state troopers who responded to the scene as well to pitch in to help with Philadelphia authorities. And as we know, the FBI, the FAA, now the NTSB on the ground as well, as they are continuing to assess the situation. But now, as we are now more than 4 hours into this, still a lot of questions remain, including, chief among them, how many people were actually impacted, injured, and possibly died in all of this.
Just looking at these pictures and the videos, it's unthinkable, unfathomable. This is unbelievable, unbelievable. Over 4 hours now, and most of this has subsided, but the effect is going to last a long time.
Absolutely.
A long time.
A devastating night for the city, indeed, that's for sure. And, you know, as we've been saying, in light of what happened just a couple of days ago in Washington, D.C., it really shakes you to your core.
Oh, it really does.
To see this happening
really
here in
does.
Philadelphia.
It really does.
Yeah.
Programming note, if you are just joining us, it is 10:36 now, and if you're looking for regularly scheduled programming, that's over on Philly 57. We're going to continue our live coverage of this tragic news, the crash of a Learjet 55 in Northeast Philadelphia, and then I would imagine start our newscast around 11 o'clock and tell you even more. But our reporters remain on the scene, trying to gather as much information as they can. They're talking to so many witnesses about what they saw, what they heard, and who's okay. Who's okay? Because a lot of these people, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of the residents in Northeast Philly saw some things that they will never forget. That they will never forget.
Yeah. To recap, if you are just joining us, we have extended live coverage tonight of this plane crash that happened in Northeast Philadelphia. You see these horrifying images on your screen right now, a map showing where this happened. This is near Cotman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. The plane was taking off just after 6 o'clock tonight from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. It was heading for Springfield, Missouri. This was a medical flight with a little girl, a family member, 2 pilots and 2 doctors on board. She had just finished up treatment here in the Philadelphia area and was ultimately going to be making her way back home to Mexico when this flight, for whatever reason, the pilots, we understand, may have lost control of the plane and it nosedived to the ground. Calls coming in to authorities shortly after that plane took off just after 6 o'clock tonight.
And according to Grant Gilmore earlier, the weather was okay, so, you know, the NTSB and the FAA will do the investigation. They will check the weather conditions, but we had an aviation expert on, Arthur Walk, a little bit earlier, and everything happened so quickly and dramatically. He was leaning toward, did not say it was, but kind of leaning toward some type of malfunction in the plane. But once again, that's up to the NTSB and the FAA to determine what caused what you are looking at right now.
And the conditions tonight, it's been a rainy day this Friday. Our meteorologist Grant Gilmore was telling us earlier it was a rainy day, but when the flight was taken off, he said there was sort of like a let up in the rain a little bit, but there was a lot of cloud cover at the time. But after the plane crashed, the rain did start to pick up. At one point, we saw from our reporters live shots that it was raining heavily as investigators were working the scene. So, you know, that also posing a challenge to investigators as they were trying to assess the injuries, you know, the debris field, and trying to figure out how to best get to those in need of help.
And this happened on the ascent, and it ended less than 5 miles away from the airport where it took off. When it was wheels up, moments after wheels up, tragedy strikes. Wow. That's unreal. Grant, you're back with us. You want to reiterate the conditions Janelle and I were just talking about, that the weather was okay at the time of lift, at the time the wheels were up.
Yeah, you know, we were all kind of observing the weather throughout the day, and it never seemed like it got better, right? I mean, it was low cloud cover, light rain, nothing severe, like you said, Yuki. I mean, it was okay. It was manageable. It was certainly a wet day. Right at 6:07, the time of the crash, temperatures were at 48 degrees, and the radar shows that light green, that indicates light rain, with that yellow a little farther to the south, that a little bit more moderate rainfall. And then, Janelle, like what you said, a little bit later on, we saw some more moderate rain move through. This is a loop just over the last hour, so we're still dealing with some light rain. I'm going to bump this loop back to 4 hours here. So we're going back this is the current time, and then we'll go back 4 hours as this begins to loop again. And you can see there were some periods of more moderate rainfall. And this was primarily during the rescue efforts, as all the first responders were arriving on scene. They were having to manage some of those less than ideal conditions. But just to talk about the weather conditions at the Northeast Philadelphia airport right around the time of the crash. The crash was at 6:07. At 5:54, the report from one of the weather stations there at the airport was overcast skies with that cloud deck. So the bottom of that overcast sky was at 400 feet. We know the plane climbed up to above 1,200 feet. So we know that as that plane took off, it flew up into that low cloud cover and was probably dealing with low visibility through that part of the flight. And then right after the crash, those are the weather conditions afterwards. I mean, no noticeable difference aside from just slightly different cloud cover conditions overall. But I think we can assume to say it was flying in probably zero visibility, which at what point, pilots typically depend on their instruments in that time. But of course, if you have some sort of malfunction, then you're sort of lost. You don't know what is up and what is down. It's like when you get caught up in a wave in the ocean. Sometimes when you're underwater, you don't know if you're up or down if you don't have any reference point.
When you say that, I'm thinking about, sadly, the crash of Kobe Bryant and the 8 of the 9 people on that helicopter.
Right.
Back in the day, they had poor visibility.
They had a lot of fog,
yeah,
right? And a lot of fog that day, which the pilot of the helicopter probably lost his perspective on what was up, what was down, where were the obstructions, and of course we'll learn eventually what happened with this incident as well. But we can tell you the weather conditions, while not awful, not severe, and certainly capable of flying in, certainly not the best. You're not talking about your visual flight rules, right? Your VFR conditions. You're not able to probably use your eyes to look around to see what is happening. You have to depend on your instruments.
And as we've been reporting, this flight was a medical flight. There was a little girl on board who had been treated here in the Philadelphia area. We're just getting information that girl was a patient at Shriners Children's Hospital. Mel Bauer is joining us from the hospital. From the phone right now. Mel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, Mel, thank you so much. This is just so heartbreaking. What can you tell us about this patient and her treatment and what you know of the situation tonight?
Sure. Well, a lot of the details of her treatment, of course, I wouldn't be able to share due to patient privacy. But it was a patient who had come to us from Mexico. We do quite a bit of international outreach. She was being treated at our Philadelphia hospital, and her course of treatment had concluded, and so she was set to go home. And unfortunately, that was when this event occurred, was on her trip home.
Now, when did you find out, and what was your immediate reaction? Did you know who it was and what had happened?
Well, of course, I heard about the crash first, and then learned more of the details. As the evening has unfolded. We do a great deal of international outreach, and so quickly really became aware of how the situation was coming together, and that this was in fact one of our patients, and it was devastating. We work every day so that children around the world can have their very best life, and we work to provide specialty pediatric care regardless of the family's ability to pay and regardless of geography or any other circumstances. And so it's just devastating to us that something like this has happened.
It really is heartbreaking. I've done stories at that hospital in Philly, Mel, and for those who aren't familiar, Shriners has kids from all over, not just the country, but the world, come to your hospital for treatment because you have some of the best. Speak to us about, the impact on the community there at the hospital right now. How are they just coping with this news tonight?
It's extremely hard and extremely difficult. They were all, those that were involved directly in her care were very aware that she was going to be traveling home, and there had actually been a send-off for her today. And so it hits us very deeply, our patients, our family, and we become very close to those that we treat as well as their families. And so the care that we provide is not just in the clinical sphere. It really is the total person, the total patient, families. And so it's personal. It hits deep and hard, and we are devastated, as so many others tonight, as they are learning about this and watching the story unfold.
I know you can't speak to specifics about the patient because of privacy reasons, but had she been at the hospital for a while, I would imagine the fact that they had a send-off, as you said, the staff there, they really get to know and love the patients, and I know the patients become family to them as well. So this has to be really difficult.
Yes, I couldn't speak to the actual duration, but yes, I mean, she had been with us in Philadelphia, and so there were some definitely, some close bonds that had been formed, and people, we are close to all of our patients. All of our patients are part of the Shriners family, and so, with that, it's always just a deeply felt situation whenever there is loss.
Mel, please tell me this, that she enjoyed her celebration.
I'm certain that she did. Our staff, they work so hard at bringing joy and laughter and excitement into all parts of the clinical aspect. Our patients don't look at it as going to the hospital. They go to a place where they have fun and they have enjoyment, and they certainly don't ever look at it as a traditional hospital experience. And so while I wasn't present, I am certain it was an amazing experience for her.
Can you tell us how the staff, the team at the hospital, found out about what happened?
Well, I mean, as you're aware, tonight has been a rapidly unfolding situation, and different pieces of information have been coming out piece by piece as everyone's been trying to put a puzzle together. And so it's been this evening through the course of the events that we were made aware of the confirmation that it was in fact our patient.
Did they, as a result of that, send out a notification to the hospital or to the patients, knowing that it was one of your own who was impacted here, or multiple people who were impacted here?
Well, that information is beginning now to be shared once we could make a confirmation that it was our patient. And so now we are beginning to get quite a few inquiries about it, and are able to confirm that it sadly was a Shriners patient.
We know that 2 doctors were on board that flight. Were those doctors affiliated with Shriners as well?
They were not. They were part of the Jet Rescue Air Ambulance.
Mel Bauer, thank you so much for your time, and thank you all, everyone, your staff, your colleagues, for doing what you do. We have some great children's hospitals here in our area, and we thank you so much.
And our condolences to you and your team
Yes.
as well tonight. This is just heartbreaking and the worst news. So we
Thank
appreciate
you.
your
We appreciate
time.
that very much.
No, thank you so much. Let's get back out to the scene if we can, and understand that Josh Sanders is going to join us. Josh?
Hey guys, yeah, really heartbreaking just to hear that conversation that you guys just had. Obviously, we've been out here for going on a little over 4 hours, and I just want to go back and kind of set the scene. Obviously, it's a very surreal moment, and a lot of people continue just to take in what has happened here in Northeast Philadelphia. You take a look behind me. Obviously, there's all hands on deck. You can see that Macy's there. That's part of the debris field right now. On Cotman, guys, when I got here, initially I was about 15 minutes away from our crew, and I had to walk just to meet up where media had been set up over here. And you could see a massive crater on Cotman Avenue of where that plane had made impact. And walking through, there was debris from that plane, 30, 40 yards away from where that impact took place in the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. You could see, I was able to send some video in. I think that we've shown it. You could see a medical symbol on the side of this part of the debris from the aircraft. And again, just to go back to the conversation you were just having, just to hear, how many people have been impacted. 6 people on that airplane. We don't know how many people were affected on the ground. We've had 2 press briefings from Mayor Sherrell Parker and city officials. The first one just with the mayor and police commissioner Kevin Bethel, and then Governor Josh Shapiro was here, and just to hear from them, they couldn't tell us how many fatalities they've been, but they just wanted to encourage people here and talk about the spirit of our great city, the spirit of Philadelphia, neighbors showing up for neighbors. Governor Josh Shapiro sharing that he had been in contact with Transportation Secretary Duffy, that we have a number of resources here from the NTSB, from the FAA as they investigate. And obviously we've heard conversations throughout the night from people that witnessed something that they never thought they would have witnessed on a Friday. They were just getting ready for a weekend, a much needed weekend, I think, for not only our area but the country. Just knowing what we've experienced, the tragedy that we've experienced in the nation's capital earlier this week, and now this here in our great city. But to know that we have city officials that are here providing support, that we have neighbors coming out here helping one another out, that is the silver lining. That's the hope that we can take away as we, continue to gather information and understand what happened. I mean, I'm hearing the video right now in my ear of, you don't wake up thinking that you're going to see what people saw here today. And obviously there's video that's out there and it's really hard. It's hard to watch that video. So to know that our governor's thoughts and prayers are with everyone impacted, that the mayor is here, neighbors helping neighbors. Guys, back to you.
That's what it's all about. All right, Josh, thank you. Thank you so much. Here's some of the video again from earlier.
And our chief investigative reporter, Joe Holden, he has been working his sources throughout the night for us. He joins us once again by phone. Joe.
Chanel and Yuki, good evening once again. I have to tell you that in conversations with law enforcement members on the ground, as we see the video, there are scores of them there in that northeast Philadelphia neighborhood. I'm told that most are crushed about the situation that they are confronted with. There are details that are very, very hard to describe on television, given the audience, but you can deduce from the fact that a plane took an incredible impact in the middle of a busy area, and there are real effects to this damage. So listen to Josh talk about and summarize some of the emotions there tonight. The elements are raw, and it is miserable outside, and yet all of these folks are there, public servants doing their jobs, and I understand that they would love to create what my sources say would be a large periphery, as if we were in a cornfield or open space where they could run crime scene tape for an endless amount of a radius. But they are in the middle of a northeast Philadelphia neighborhood. They are contending with what they've described as seen trespassers, people who are finding their ways through alleyways and other entryways and points into areas that have debris and other relevant pieces of the investigation. Police are barely managing, from what my sources are telling me. This is about as difficult a scene as any can recall working. Many have described it as horrific. I've had the opportunity to speak to quite a few people in the time make that since I spoke with you last, and it sounds that this is certainly an emergency that is taking a toll on our first responders. They are asking people to stay put if you are not needed in that area, and the call right now is pretty clear. You're likely not needed unless you are law enforcement, and that you stay away from this area, and certainly if it appears to be taped off and they don't want you there, do not be there, because from what I'm understanding from sources, police are now in direct contact with people who they're having to chase away from some of these vulnerable areas that are very pertinent and important to the ongoing investigation into what happened. We know that the federal investigators are on the ground. The FAA is there. They are huddled inside the Macy's for the most part as their command center for Philadelphia police, and this investigation will be handed over. No longer a scene of emergency for the most part, no longer coordinating an emergency where fires are being put out, but now understanding what happened in the air some 1,200 feet above the ground that brought this Learjet back to the ground a mere few seconds after it had taken off from Northeast Airport.
Hey, Joe, I want to ask you, since you've been speaking with your law enforcement sources there, do you get the sense that they are still trying to account for people on the ground? Have they been able to reach all of those who may have been injured?
Well, here's the sad story behind your question, and strikes to the heart of your question, is that the blast radius is so large that we're hearing details that really are just too graphic to mention on air about how police are being called to particular areas in this neighborhood for parts of the investigation, for things connected to the investigation. So when you ask, are they still trying to account for? Absolutely. There are a lot of erroneous reports out there right now. There are some eyewitness accounts that are just truly inaccurate, and police are sifting through all of that. I've seen some things on social media that I would even second guess myself and never ask. And I've asked my law enforcement sources, is this true? And they're quick to dispute and to say absolutely not. So they're not only working against the social media machine that is providing some erroneous information, but now they are also being called left and right, up and down, to all parts of this neighborhood to pick up pieces of the investigation, if that's clear.
You mentioned social media. That's another tragedy in itself when things get distorted like they do on social media. Wouldn't you agree?
Yuki, we've been almost 5 hours now talking about this horrific event. And for the most part, I think the mayor's comments were direct, and there was really little speculation. The mayor made it clear what they knew, and they provided guidance on when they would be back. And so that has helped curb some of what we see on social media. There is always that the extremes that we deal with all the time. But as far as the plane taking off, it's in the air for a brief period of time and then comes down so sharply. I can only think that mechanically, as we've heard from our experts, that this was truly a tragedy.
Yeah, that's the train of thought right now. But once again, as you have alluded to, the officials are on the scene, and they will be there for quite some time, and we will hopefully get some official answers. I don't know about soon, but we will get them from the people who know how to do what they do. Thank you, Joe, so much. And we have some new video that I want to show you right now. A gentleman by the name of Gustavo Chavez, who lives in the area, shared this video before any first responders arrive. Look at the massive impact here, just moments after the jet crashed along Cotman Avenue. We're seeing this for the first time with you as well. Some neighbors there describing this, as you might imagine, as a hell on earth. Unbelievable. Our coverage continues in our 11 o'clock news, and we are going to start that in a matter of time here now as we get our reporters set in the field to tell you this tragic story in Northeast Philadelphia. They're standing by to give you the very latest information that they have gathered when it comes to the situation that happened at just over 6 o'clock tonight. At 6:07, this plane went down. A medical transport plane carrying six people, including a little girl who had just received treatment. The flames are out now. But this was the scene not long ago. Let's continue our coverage now as we continue to follow this tragic event in Northeast Philadelphia tonight. It is 11 o'clock, and we are continuing our breaking news coverage. Flames fill a Northeast Philadelphia neighborhood after a small jet crashes near Roosevelt Boulevard. People who live in the area say their home shook on impact.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God, that's a plane!
I'm Yuki Washington. I want to thank Janelle Burrell also for helping us with our coverage this evening. Authorities tell us 6 people were on board, including a young child, a little girl that was a medical flight carrying 2 pilots, 2 doctors, a patient, and the mother of that patient, that little girl. Right now, there's no confirmation that anyone survived. The plane went down on Cottman Avenue near Roosevelt Mall. The debris field is extensive, spanning several blocks. Reports say multiple people on the ground are said to have been injured. Now take a look at this light green line in the middle of your screen. That's the small plane taking off from Northeast Airport bound for Springfield, Missouri. It was in the air for only minutes before it went down. And we're getting our first look at the plane. You can see the medical symbol right there on the piece of debris in the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. We have a team of reporters live near the scene of the crash tonight and in the newsroom as well, bringing you the very latest. Let's begin our coverage now with Carrie Corrado. Carrie?
Yuki, good evening. This was all hands on deck. The moment that plane went down, every firefighter, every police officer ran to help. And they have been here for hours, and they will continue to be here processing the scene. Police say this all happened in the area of the Roosevelt Mall at Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. We are told a medical plane was going from Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri. It left the Northeast Philadelphia airport and not long after crashed into the neighborhood. The United States Secretary of Transportation said there were 6 people on the plane at the time of the crash. According to a statement from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, the 6 people were 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and a patient's escort. We are told the pediatric patient had just finished treatment in Philadelphia and was being taken back to Mexico. Witnesses describe the moment of impact like a fireball. They say their homes shook and many abandoned their cars and ran. Several homes and vehicles were impacted and debris and fire was everywhere. The FAA, the NTSB, the FBI, and other agencies are here. Here is what one witness said he saw.
I was just talking to my mom in the pull through right next to Dunkin' Donuts, and all of a sudden we just heard this whirring and then this crash, and it was an explosion right next to Dunkin' Donuts, and everyone just started screaming. My mom told me to back up, back up, back up.
The mayor says there is shelter at the Samuel Fells High School. The Red Cross has also been going around asking anyone if they were affected and where they can get help. I do want to highlight that many of the stories I've been hearing are neighbors helping neighbors. This community came together in times of tragedy. Yuki?
Neighbors helping neighbors. Carrie, thank you so much for your reporting tonight. CBS News Philadelphia Siafa Lewis is also at the scene. Siafa, what can you tell us?
Yuki, we are here at Cottman and Bustleton, and such a surreal, horrible, tragic evening. When we first joined you tonight, shortly after 7 o'clock, the scene behind me was quite different. There was just a tremendous amount of fire trucks out here. The police presence was much greater than it is now. Obviously, things have died down substantially right now. One thing that I was struck by listening to Carrie and listening to all of the coverage tonight, the amount of people who asked me whether or not this was a terror attack. One person actually even asked me if the plane intentionally hit that house. Obviously, the investigation is ongoing. We do not believe that to be the case, but just something about the sign of the times that we live in. But we did speak to several people tonight. Here is one of them.
We were just driving around and came through the clouds pretty much just out of nowhere, and it just dive bombed straight to the ground. It was pretty crazy. Yeah, it was, it just lit up, you know, big mushroom cloud that you can see for a couple of seconds. Obviously, it caused a lot of damage. There's a lot of cops here and everything like that. But yeah, it's just out of this world, you know what I mean? You don't see that every day.
Thankfully, we do not see that every day. Another woman I spoke to mentioned the fact that the sky lit up, and she did not know that it was caused by a plane crash. So she was looking out and saying, oh, the sky looks so beautiful tonight. Of course, we now know that there was nothing beautiful about it. Sadly, Yuki, we'll send it back to you from here in the Northeast.
All right, Siafa, and thank you and your crew for your hustle tonight. Also, this Gustavo Chavez, Mr. Gustavo Chavez, who lives in the area, shared this video before any first responders got on the scene just moments after the jet crashed along Cotman Avenue. Look at the video. Some neighbors there describing this, once again, as a hell on earth. Now, when the call came, federal, state, and local authorities rushed to help. And the governor says the Commonwealth is behind Northeast Philadelphia 110%. Our Josh Sanders is at the scene where we heard from the governor and the mayor within the last hour or so. Josh?
Hey, good evening, Yuki. Yeah, it's a tragic story that continues to unfold 5 hours later. We are on the other side of Roosevelt Boulevard from where Siafa was. We just talked to Siafa Lewis. You could see the Macy's behind me, and obviously an all-hands-on-deck mission right now to determine what happened, what occurred in this plane crashing here in Northeast Philly, those 6 souls on board, and right now we don't know how many people impacted on the ground, but we did hear from Mayor Sherrell Parker and Governor Josh Shapiro. Mayor Sherrell Parker saying that right now there's little information known, but they wanted to make sure that they got the appropriate information out, and she did share that those impacted here, there is shelter they can go to. I want you to take a listen to what she had to say along with Governor Josh Shapiro.
Samuel Fells High School, 5500 Langdon Street. If anyone has been impacted and you need shelter and support, it is readily available for you.
The mayor preaches about one Philly. She talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another.
Looking out for one another. Governor Josh Shapiro has been in touch with Transportation Secretary Duffy. He says that Philadelphia has the full support of the Commonwealth and resources as they continue to determine what happened here. He shared that his thoughts and prayers are with those affected. Yuki?
Josh, you and the crew, thank you as well. President Trump posted on Truth Social tonight, so sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all. Images tonight are starting to capture the devastation of what happened. Alicia Roberts continues our coverage now. She's in our newsroom. Alicia?
Yuki, good evening. We know the medical plane that crashed was carrying 6 people. This image shows part of the plane broken and scattered that fell near the Roosevelt Mall. It is a daunting reality when you realize those on board were seeking to give and receive life-saving care as this tragedy happened. The second image shows debris that's scattered for blocks and blocks, just the chaos of it all. The fire from that crash also impacted several nearby row homes. Growing up in the area, you know how densely populated this Northeast region is and how this will forever change this community, as neighbors who saw the smoke nearby could only stand back and watch in disbelief. And Yuki, tonight, as more images continue to come out, the enormity of this disaster is just beginning to take shape, with still so many questions to be answered.
Alicia, thank you so much for your efforts tonight as well. It's been raining off and on all day. As many of us know, the enormity of this disaster is taking a greater focus in the weather as well. Let's check in with Grant right now about that.
Good evening, Yuki. Look, I want to walk you through at home the weather conditions that were in place at the time of this tragic crash. I'll start with the radar, then we'll talk a little bit more about the clouds out there. No doubt that you noticed both of that, the rain and the low cloud cover today. Temperatures right at 6:07, the time of the crash, were at 48 degrees. We had a little bit more moderate rain just south into South Jersey, but we had light rain in the area. Now, the weather observation instruments there at the airport, at Northeast Philadelphia Airport, reported overcast conditions at 5:54. with those overcast skies and that cloud cover down to 400 feet. That's about as high as a 35-story building. So those clouds were very low, leading right up into the time of the crash with those temperatures in the upper 40s. Now, I'm going to show you this graph here. This was posted on X by Flight Radar 24. This image here, it shows you a timeline of the flight's elevation, or that altitude of the plane, and also the plane speed. So I'm going to have my cameraman zoom in here on this image. The plane climbed up to 1,600 feet, so 1,650 feet. So we know that that plane climbed up above that cloud base, meaning the pilots were flying in likely zero visibility at the time. And see how the elevation begins to drop? That's the time that that plane started to lose altitude as the speed, that yellow line, continued to increase. Now, the plane crashed right at 6:07. That's the time of the crash. The last reported speed of that plane, according to Flight Radar 24, was 242 knots. That translates to 279 miles per hour. And you see, that's the same time that the altitude of the plane was rapidly declining. And then we know what happened after that, the horrible fate of the plane right at 6:07 this evening. But Yuki, we had low cloud cover, we had light rain in the area, and it just wasn't a great night for flying. Now, we don't know that it was the weather that caused this, but still, these are the conditions and these are the facts that we know.
Gee, we certainly appreciate your insight. Thank you so much. Up next, we're continuing to follow our breaking story out of Northeast Philly. A small plane crashes on Cotman Ave. Our team of reporters and photojournalists have been live on the scene for hours. Our coverage continues after a short break.
Uncovering the heart behind the headline. CBS News Philadelphia.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
So this is original from 1778?
Well, let's get back to Carrie Corrado in the Northeast with more witness accounts. Carrie?
Yuki, it's been a very chaotic scene all night long. Many witnesses who speak to me are at a loss of words as they try to explain what they saw and what happened. Behind me is a look at emergency responders. They are still here hours after it happened, and they will continue to be here all night long. Police say this happened in the area of the Roosevelt Mall at Roosevelt Boulevard and Cotman Avenue. We are told a medical plane was going from Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri. It left the Northeast Philadelphia airport and not long after crashed into the neighborhood. We are are told 6 people were on the plane at the time of the crash. According to a statement from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, the 6 people were 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and the patient's escort. We are told the pediatric patient had just finished treatment in Philadelphia and was being taken back to Mexico. Witnesses described the moment of impact like a fireball. They say their home shook. Many abandoned their cars and ran. Several homes and vehicles were impacted, and debris and fire was everywhere. The FAA, the NTSB, the FBI, and other agencies are here. Here is what a witness says he saw.
My building got like shaking, I feel like somebody's knocking the door very hard, Then me and my brother just ran out from the house, and we was like, everybody running the street, Then we are asking everybody, like, what's going on? There's somebody saying, like, there might be, like, car crash or something like that. Then once we got here, we see there is a, like, plane, and, like, big smoke everywhere.
Now, this scene is extremely large. There is police tape up and down these roads. The mayor said there is shelter at Samuel Fells High School. The Red Cross was also here trying to tell people how they can get help. I do want to highlight that many of the stories that we have been hearing are neighbors helping neighbors, but overall this community came together in times of tragedy. Yuki?
Neighbors helping neighbors. That's what it's all about. Carrie, thank you so much. And many people came to talk to us tonight, not believing what they experienced. CBS Philadelphia Siafa Lewis was able to talk to members of the community as well. Siafa?
Yuki, truly a surreal feeling out here in the Northeast tonight. And, hours ago, there were crowds to my left. There were crowds right behind my photog. There were crowds across the street. Obviously, they have since subsided. It has been raining for the duration of the night. It's picked up a little bit. I mean, it's stopped for a little bit, but it's picked up again, which I imagine cannot make this investigation any easier for the multitude of first responders down there behind us working on this scene. But we did speak to several people tonight about what they saw in the event that they were close to the scene of the crash, and here is another such person.
I just was driving and I saw just a lot of police activity, and then people texted me, I was close here, that there was a plane crash. And then my daughter, who GPS'd me, called me and was making sure that I was okay.
That gentleman we spoke to was also with a woman who said that she initially saw the bright sky and thought how pretty it was, not knowing what had occurred, and obviously the worst, the most unimaginable. Very hard to really put into words what has happened here. And the multitude of people that we spoke to who saw things that nobody should see. But we'll send it back to you right now, Yuki.
That's for sure. One gentleman said it turned night into day.
Coming to you from the innovative, immersive Hyundai Virtual Next.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high.
If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old?
70,
yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Well, let me start with this.
This really
Have you told the government?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
You want me to just
What's
keep
wrong
going?
with that argument?
What have you
Do
learned?
you know why?
Why?
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed. Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
When you need your sports news all
Just taken off from the Northeast Philadelphia airport and was headed to Branson, Missouri. This is video from the evening. And we continue to talk to witnesses for their perspective on what happened tonight over 5 hours ago now. Carrie Corrado remains on the scene and continues our coverage tonight. Carrie?
Yuki, good evening. That's right. We have been talking to witnesses all night long. Many of them tell me they saw the plane falling from the sky. Some of them say they saw a big fireball, an explosion like. Other people say they were in their cars and then they just got out and started running. Others tell me that they were in their homes and then their homes started to shake after the impact. Behind me is a look at the emergency responders who are still here. They have been here from the very beginning and will continue to be here all night long as they process this scene. If you're just joining us, police say this all happened in the area of the Roosevelt Mall at Roosevelt Boulevard and Cotman Avenue. We are told a medical plane was going from Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri. It left the Northeast Philadelphia airport and then not long after crashed into the neighborhood. The United States Secretary of Transportation said there were 6 people on the plane at the time of the crash. And according to a statement from the Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, the 6 people were 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and a patient's escort. We are told the pediatric patient had just finished treatment in Philadelphia and was being taken back to Mexico. Witnesses described the moment of impact, like I mentioned, like a fireball, a massive explosion. Several homes and vehicles were impacted and debris and fire was everywhere. The FAA, the NTSB, the FBI, other agencies are all here. The Red Cross was also here and shelter is at Samuel Fells High School. But here's what a witness had to say.
You know how, like, say, like, if the U.S. were to drop a nuke on a smaller scale, like, you know, that same mushroom cloud? Yes, that same big fireball just, and then, like, everything around it just started catching. Like, after a little bit, everybody was nervous running through the streets. I didn't know how to feel. I was just calling people frantically. Shaking.
Every firefighter, every police officer was here. It was all hands on deck. And they were also out here working nonstop in this messy, wet weather. But this investigation, it is far from over. It is just starting. Yuki?
All hands on deck, indeed. As you said, Carrie, thank you. The investigation is underway after tragedy in Northeast Philly. Our coverage will continue.
I'm a voracious consumer of information and news. I am constantly curious and constantly want to learn. I know I personally want to know the basic facts of every issue and to press into the heart of the matter. Information is the currency of democracy, and that's what we bring to the table every Sunday.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Your Holiness, what an honor. So wonderful to meet you.
What's it like to have a conversation with the Pope? You're about to find out.
When you look at the world, what gives you hope?
60 Minutes takes you inside the Vatican for a rare and extensive interview with Pope Francis.
Thank you very much.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
So this is original from 1778?
We continue to follow breaking news out of Northeast Philly. At 6:07 this evening, a Learjet crashed just after takeoff on Cottman Avenue near the Roosevelt Mall. 6 people were on board the medical plane, including a young girl from Mexico who had received treatment at Shriners Hospital in Philadelphia. The girl was going home after completing her treatment. A number of people on the ground were injured. The plane crash is having a major impact in that part of the city, as you might imagine. There has been an overwhelming response from federal, state, and local authorities at the scene, and that's where Josh Sanders is right now. Josh?
Yeah, Yuki, all hands on deck. I have to say, though, just before you threw to us, we heard another plane overhead, and I have to say, it was an eerie, surreal feeling to hear another plane above us. So many people impacted here. Obviously, those 6 souls on the flight, but an untold number of people here. I just want to move out of the way. You can see the Macy's Roosevelt Mall behind us, and so many units on scene right here. You mentioned that both, local, state, and federal officials on scene. We've heard from Mayor Sherrell Parker, Governor Josh Shapiro. They've been in contact with a number of agencies that are here, the NTSB, FAA, Governor Josh Shapiro talking to Transportation Secretary Duffy. We don't know how many fatalities or how many people impacted on the ground, but Mayor Sherrell Parker did mention that there are resources for those folks that have been affected, and I want to take a listen to what she had to say along with Governor Josh Shapiro. Take a listen.
So we are asking everyone for their thoughts and prayers for all who may have been impacted and affected by this tragedy.
As the mayor always says, one Philly, we are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight.
All here for Northeast Philly tonight, but also it's just a surreal experience knowing what our country has felt this past week with the tragedy in D.C., but we do know that everyone's thoughts and prayers are with people impacted right now. We'll continue to gather information and send it back to you guys.
Josh, thank you so much for that. Again, one Philly, prayers up. We'll be back.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, there are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are emergency. We are depressurized.
How could this have happened?
It's still happening right now.
Meet the Boeing whistleblowers who believe they know how.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah, and good parts. They're not too picky.
Wow.
It's time for a 60 Minutes investigation.
Sunday morning, the miracle of Paris's Notre Dame, plus actor Daniel Craig and Billie Eilish, 22 but already a legend. Listen for the trumpet.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
We are staying on late tonight due to our breaking news coverage. It continues right now. We're still tracking a deadly plane crash, a medical transport jet carrying 6 people crashing near a busy mall in the Northeast.
And we have our crews throughout the area tonight. This crash happening near Cotman and Bustleton Avenues, just miles away from the Northeast Philadelphia airport.
Yuki Washington along with Janelle Burrell. Here's what we know tonight. Authorities tell us 6 people were on board, including a young child, a little girl that was a medical flight carrying 2 pilots, 2 doctors, and a patient and the mother of that patient. Right now, there's no confirmation that anyone survived.
What we know is that the plane went down on Cotman Avenue. This is near the Roosevelt Mall. The debris field, it is extensive. At this point, we know it spans several blocks, and there are reports that multiple people on the ground were hurt.
Now we want to show you this. Take a look at the light green line in the middle of your screen. That's the small plane taking off from Northeast Airport bound for Springfield, Missouri, the airport there. It was in the air for only minutes before it went down.
And we're also getting our first look at the plane. You can see a piece of the plane here, the medical symbol on this piece of debris. This is at the Roosevelt Mall parking lot. Carrie Corrado was one of the first reporters to get to the scene. She joins us now with some of the latest details there. Carrie.
Well, it has been a chaotic scene all night long. I've been speaking with many witnesses, and many of them were at a loss of words as they tried to describe what they saw and what happened right in front of their eyes. Behind me is a look at emergency responders. They have been here for hours, and they will continue to be here all night long processing this scene. Everywhere you look, you can see flashing lights. If you're just joining us, police say this all happened in the area of the Roosevelt Mall at Roosevelt Boulevard and Cotman Avenue. We are told a medical plane was going from Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri. It left the Northeast Philadelphia airport not long after it crashed into the neighborhood. We are told 6 people were on the plane at the time of that crash. According to a statement from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, the 6 people were 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and the patient's escort. We are told the pediatric patient had just finished treatment in Philadelphia and was being taken back to Mexico. And witnesses described the moment of impact like a fireball. They say their homes shook. Many of them abandoned their cars and ran. Several homes and vehicles were impacted, and debris and fire was everywhere. Also keep in mind, this is a very populated area. People live here, they work here, they shop here. So many people were here at the time and witnessed this entire thing, capturing it on video. The FAA, the NTSB, the FBI, other agencies are also here, and here is what a witness says he saw.
I was just talking to my mom in the pull-through right next to Dunkin' Donuts, and all of a sudden we just heard this whirring and then this crash, and it was an explosion right next to Dunkin' Donuts, and everyone just started screaming. My mom told me to back up, back up, back up.
This is a massive scene. Everywhere you look, you can see police tape up and down the streets. The mayor says there is shelter at the Samuel Fells High School. The Red Cross was also out here trying to see if anybody needed help. I also want to highlight that many of the stories I have been hearing are neighbors helping neighbors. This community came together in tragedies. But again, as of right now, investigators are here on scene. This investigation is far from over. Back to you.
Just getting underway. Carrie Corrado has been live out there for us throughout the night. Carrie, thank you so much for your reporting.
CBS Philadelphia Siafa Lewis has also been on the scene since this tragic accident happened. Siafa?
Yuki and Janelle, you know, as I was listening to Carrie, I was thinking about something someone on Instagram posted tonight, remarking on just how absurd the news cycle has been here in the first month, of 2025. Of course, punctuated by this horrific tragedy tonight here in the Northeast. We spoke to several people this evening who not only saw what transpired when that plane hit I assume, the row homes, but also some of the collateral damage and some of the things they saw on the ground in the minutes afterwards. Here is somebody else that we spoke to tonight.
First, I heard a loud boom, and I seen like the little spark out of my window. So I hurry up. I ran right over here to see what's going on. I just seen flames, smoke, and then I was chilling over there. And then I was with my friend and all that. We had seen like a little kid. He ran out the fire. I want to send my condolences out to anybody who lost their peoples and all that. For sure, it's just tragic. Definitely hurt. And it was crazy. Like me and my mom and my niece, we was just on the road 5 minutes before it happened, coming down off 95. Just on the road, and then 5 minutes later, then that's when that happened. So it was like, dang, that could have been us.
How do you feel about everything that you witnessed tonight?
Tragic. It hurt. Even though it wasn't none of my people that got hurt and all that, it still hurt. It's crazy.
That young man also told me some of the other things that he saw, which we did not share with you. Just absolutely horrific. Such a sad night here in the Northeast. It's going to take quite some time for the people who witnessed everything they witnessed tonight to deal with that, not to mention all those involved down the street about half a mile from where I'm standing right now. Yuki and Janelle will send it back to you.
Indeed. Siafa, thank you and your crew for your hustle tonight.
Absolutely. And we want to show you more video just into our newsroom showing, look at this. This is the immediate aftermath of the crash. It captures the chaos that unfolded here along Cottman Avenue. You see all of that debris, the fire, people stunned as those flames erupt on the street and right on the front lawns of some of the homes there. You can only imagine, Yuki, you know, what was going through these people's minds. You know, first of all, if they did not actually see the plane going down, wondering what this is.
And then all of a sudden this happens. This is unbelievable,
people surveying all of this.
Many folks here documenting what happened, this tragic event tonight that happened at 6 o'clock, just after 6 o'clock tonight. This is unreal. By the way, Mr. Gustavo Chavez, who lives in the area, shared this video before any first responders got there, just moments after the jet went down along Cottman Ave. Some neighbors there describing this. We've mentioned it a number of times tonight, and they all have the same thought process, describing this as hell on earth.
Wow.
The plane crashed and exploded right near the Roosevelt Mall in Cottman Ave, and just to shock the entire community.
Yeah, we've seen an overwhelming response from federal, state, and local authorities on the scene. Our Josh Sanders, also in Northeast Philadelphia near the crash site. Josh, what can you tell us from where you are?
Hey, good evening. Good to be with you. We're on the other side of Roosevelt Boulevard, from where we just spoke with Siafa. As you mentioned, you have local, state, and federal officials on scene, all hands on deck. I want to take a look. You can see so many people here outside of that Macy's. Across from the Macy's is where that plane came down, crashed, those 6 beautiful souls on board, and an untold number of people that have been impacted here. We did hear from Mayor Sherrell Parker earlier today, along with Josh Shapiro, I should say, earlier tonight, providing just information of what they know. Obviously, there's so much out there right now, but we just want to report what we know. We do know from Governor Josh Shapiro that he spoke with Transportation Secretary Duffy. We know that 45 state troopers are on scene, 25 members of PennDOT are on scene. The Department of Environmental Protection is here, just as they continue to investigate. Mayor Sherrell Parker did say, if you're not involved here, to please not be in this area and let investigators do their work. But if you are impacted, here's what she had to say of where you can go to find resources.
So we are asking everyone for their thoughts and prayers for all who may have been impacted and affected by this tragedy.
As the mayor always says, one Philly, we are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight.
Mayor Sherrell Parker did go on to say, if you have been impacted by what happened here, you can go to Samuel Fells High School. There are resources there. We do know that the Red Cross is here as well, guys. Obviously, they are just at the beginning of investigating what led to this plane crash. So many people impacted, but the silver lining, and we've heard it over and over and over again from people that we've spoken to, is neighbors helping neighbors, Philadelphians showing up for each other, and our thoughts and prayers are with everybody impacted. Guys, back to you.
Tough night indeed, Josh. We appreciate you and your crew as well. Thank you.
So many people stepping up to help. President Trump has been briefed on the situation. He posted on his social media platform, Truth Social, saying, quote, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all." That coming from the president tonight.
A tragic night, indeed, on the ground and in the air. That plane was carrying 6 souls, including a young patient, when it fell to the earth.
Health reporter Stephanie Stahl joining us now. And Stephanie, tell us what you know about medical transport flights and what was occurring as that patient was leaving.
So these medical transport planes are like a mini ICU, a miniature intensive care unit. They have life support. So we don't know the particulars of what this patient, the situation of this little girl who is being transported from Philadelphia back to Mexico. We don't know her condition, but clearly she was in some sort of a fragile condition that she needed these life-sustaining mechanisms on board this plane. We talked earlier to a spokesperson from Shriners about this situation.
It was a patient who had come to us from Mexico. We do quite a bit of international outreach. She was being treated at our Philadelphia hospital, and her course of treatment had concluded, and so she was set to go home. And unfortunately, that was when this event occurred, was on her trip home. It's extremely hard and extremely difficult. They were all, those that were involved directly in her care were very aware that she was going to be traveling home, and there had actually been a send-off for her today. And so it hits us very deeply. Our patients, our family, and we become very close to those that we treat as well as their families. And so the care that we provide is not just in the clinical sphere. It really is the total person, the total patient, families. And so it's personal. It hits deep and hard, and we are devastated, as so many others tonight, as they are learning about this and watching the story unfold. I couldn't speak to the actual duration, but yes, I mean, she had been with us in Philadelphia, and so there were some definitely, some close bonds that had been formed, and people, we are close to all of our patients. All of our patients are part of the Shriners family, and so, with that, it's always just a deeply felt situation whenever one of them is lost. I mean, as you're aware, tonight has been a rapidly unfolding situation, and different pieces of information have been coming out piece by piece as everyone's been trying to put a puzzle together. And so it's been this evening through the course of the events that we were made aware of the confirmation that it was in fact our patient.
And I must tell you, over the years, we have done many, many stories with Shriners Hospital here in Philadelphia, and it is indeed a very special place. Some might call it a charity hospital. So what that means is they take patients regardless of their ability to pay. It's about helping the patients and their families. They take them from all over the world. It is mostly known for doing orthopedic interventions, but it can do all kinds of things. And it is world-renowned for the treatment that they provide here in Philadelphia. And it is a family there. And I am sure that the bonds with this little girl and her mother, who came here from Mexico, were very tight and very real. Over the years, as I've said, we've seen so many patients, and as they are put back together and their lives patched back together and they're sent off, we see the love and the thanks that they give to the people who take care of them. So it's a really special bond, and I can imagine tonight this is just a tragic situation for the people at Shriners who took care of this little girl, formed special bonds, took care of her, and sent her on her way. So our hearts are going out to them, our prayers are going out to them. And we should also say, it's not just Shriners Hospital. We had people also injured on the ground. Those folks were taken, many were to Jean's Hospital in Philadelphia. We're getting some reports, most are in fair condition. We don't know the situation for everybody there. This was a catastrophe.
Yes, it was.
Not only on this plane, but in a neighborhood in Philadelphia. So you can imagine hospitals, ambulance crews, everybody on that scene taking care. And as we know, Philadelphia, we're brotherly love, sisterly love here. So we take care of each other on a medical platform, but also in our community. So this is coming together on many, many levels tonight.
Many of our interviews tonight, people talking about people helping people, running to the scene, doing the best they can to help people during this tragic event.
But your heart just breaks, especially hearing that little girl. She had just wrapped up her treatment at Shriners. They had a send-off party, as the spokesperson was sharing with us, on that flight with her mother, ultimately heading back home only for this to happen.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah,
Stephanie, thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Appreciate
that, Stephanie. And the images tonight are starting to capture some of the devastation that happened there on the ground. Alicia Roberts continuing our coverage, joining us live from our newsroom right now. Alicia.
Janelle, Yuki, good evening once again. We know that medical plane that crashed was carrying 6 people. Again, we want to show you some of the photos that have been coming into our newsroom tonight. This image shows part of the plane broken and scattered that fell in the parking lot of the Roosevelt Mall. It's hard to even believe it, and it is such a daunting reality when you realize those on board were seeking to give and receive life-saving care as this tragedy happened. You can see that debris field scattered for blocks and blocks, just the chaos of it all. Also, that fiery scene of the row homes now that are devastated as well by this tragedy on the ground. The firefighters responding at a moment's notice, trying to do what they could as neighbors who saw the smoke nearby could only sit back and watch. And, you know, personally, growing up in the area, my grandmother's home was just blocks away at Longshore and the Boulevard. My phone, like so many who live and work in that area, filled tonight with notes of family and friends just checking on one another. Are you okay? The devastation of this is so wide. Like Stephanie was just saying, this is a neighborhood now that is impacted. Yuki and Janelle, if you know that area, it's bus stops, it's pedestrians, there's convenience stores there, gas stations. The enormity of this disaster taking greater focus with still so many questions yet to be answered tonight.
So many indeed. Hopefully we will be getting the answers to those questions. Alicia, thank you so much. Chief Investigative Reporter Joe Holden has been working his sources all night. He, too, has been with us for, the last 6 hours now, getting information on this story.
And, Joe, you have been in touch with your law enforcement sources. Joe, joining us live now by phone. What can you tell us at this point, Joe?
Janelle and Yuki, good evening. So my sources tell me that right now they are working to treat this as a massive crime scene, to go block to block to block from one stretch of this area across the boulevard to the other, where we understand there is a debris field that is right now incalculable. They are finding pieces of debris from one end to the other, and they've been tasked, the police officers and other first responders, with trying to keep members of the public out. But while they now work with federal partners, the investigation is now growing speed and going in the direction to figure out what happened here. And as we look at these videos and we absorb what we've seen now for the last several hours, I'm taken back to my first report with Yuki in trying to describe some horrific details that I had to sort of blunt to be appropriate for our viewing audience, not having a full-scale understanding of what it was that we were seeing and understanding and trying to learn. And that first police officer I spoke with described this to be nothing short of a disaster. And that tonight, near Castor Gardens in the Mayfair section of Northeast Philadelphia, there sits an aviation disaster. And still unknown confirmed number of fatalities and injured, but we do know the inevitable at this point. And sadly, we will again mark this date in our history as a terrible moment in the city of Philadelphia. And our colleagues have done such a tremendous job, though, on the ground and on the scene of talking about regular people from Philadelphia doing what we do every day, and doing what they do, more importantly, every day, is to help those confronted by tough and really unbelievable situations. And right now, knowing what law enforcement has, again, experienced, and what our firefighters have experienced and our paramedics have dealt with, this situation will last indelibly for a while, but we know most will return to the job tomorrow, ready to do another shift. And yet, really, the images are hard to get out of your mind. And when you think about the work that has been done tonight already, and yet there's always more work to be done, this massive crime scene that stretches through Mayfair tonight certainly is, in our hearts, something that we all share, the tough moment and the resiliency to keep going.
Definitely a tough, difficult night for the city. But as Governor Shapiro said earlier tonight, Joe, we saw the best of Philly. So many people and the first responders, they're stepping up to help in this time of need this evening. Thank you.
Joe, we appreciate you.
Yes, thank you,
Thank
Joe.
you for your insight and all you've done. Thank you. Well, as you've seen in some of the video that we have been showing you, it's been raining on and off all day, and the rain was in the area at the time of the crash. And Grant Gilmore joins us now from the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere.
Good evening, guys. Yeah, raining all day, but one thing that you may have noticed was the fact that it was relatively mild out there. We've got this system that's moving through. It's going to be a much cooler day tomorrow, but let's talk about those weather conditions leading right up to the crash. I'm going to show you the radar right there at 6:07 this evening. You've got light rain over the northeast Philadelphia National Airport, reporting those light rain showers, kind of a mist in the area with some a little bit heavier rainfall into South Jersey. Fast forward to now, temperatures are actually 52 degrees. Light rain still in the area with that more moderate rain pushing off to the east. But that's just the rain and the temperature. These weather stations at the airport there, the Northeast Philadelphia Airport, reported the cloud cover, and you probably noticed just how low that cloud cover was today. Overcast skies right at 5:54. Again, the crash happened at 6:07, so those overcast skies with that cloud deck down to 400 feet, just showing you how low the clouds were right up to the point of when that plane was flying and ultimately crashing over the Northeast. Now, this image right here, this was posted by Flight Radar 24 on X earlier this evening, and this is the flight tracker, the blue line indicating the flight altitude of the aircraft, and then that yellow line showing you the timeline of the flight speed. All right, so first I want to talk about the altitude of the plane. Right there, it reached a maximum altitude of 1,650 feet. So we know, based upon those weather conditions, the plane flew up through that low cloud deck and was likely flying through almost zero visibility, needing to rely on those instruments in the cabin of the cockpit. Now, the time of the crash, 6:07. That's represented there in this timeline. Notice that blue line. Again, that blue line is the altitude of the plane. See how it then dramatically begins to drop after initial ascent, after takeoff. Meanwhile, the yellow line is the speed of the aircraft, the ground speed, 242 knots. That translates to 290 or 279 miles per hour as that plane is rapidly dropping out of the air. And that's when we ultimately know what happened. The plane crashed at 6:07. But last check, according to Flight Radar 24, that plane was traveling at 279 miles per hour as it descended to the earth. So just telling you the facts of what we have right here. Again, going back to those weather conditions, I do want to show you, it is, you know, it's not the best of weather conditions, but it's certainly not the worst either. The wind speeds were only around 10 miles per hour before and after the crash. The visibility wasn't bad either. It was about 5 or 6 miles there on the ground. But once you get up to that 400 feet level, which is about 35 stories high, so that's about halfway up some of the buildings in Center City, Philadelphia, that's how low that cloud cover was. So the clouds were low, and then once that plane climbed up into that cloud cover, they probably lost all their visual abilities and then needed to require and rely on their instruments, at which they would hopefully be able to tell them how level they are with that artificial horizon on the cockpit there on the instruments. So those are the weather conditions. We showed you the timeline of what the flight tracker indicated, Yuki and Janelle. I mean, it is scary to look at that. 279 miles per hour. That plane was traveling as it raced toward the Earth's surface.
And Grant, thank you. Thank you so much. It has been a night of bringing you some very difficult news, but we are wrapping up our coverage of tonight's plane crash for now. As we move into the month of February, we won't forget what happened January 31st, 2025.
It has been heartbreaking as we've watched these details and the video and specifics about this accident unfold. But we will continue our reports from the scene and have the latest for you tomorrow morning, starting right here at 5 a.m. And you can always check our website as well, cbsphiladelphia.com.
And up next, we will join The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, which is already in progress. One Philly. Good night.
From CBS News headquarters in New York, this is the CBS Evening News.
Change is in the air over Washington. Good evening, I'm John Dickerson. Helicopters are now banned indefinitely in the area around Reagan